Oodie up. Hello, to whom this may concern. The Oodie is fresh today. Oh god, it's soft. Oh god, I haven't even washed it. This is not like a situation where I washed it and it's all fabric softened. For some reason, it's just feeling silky. Let's put those headphones away. Hang on. You'd think when I give myself 10 minutes to get my shit together, I'd have my shit together. It's always something you forget. Every single time. Come on. Alright. There we go. Also need to move my keyboard. Hold up, Mike's gonna make some banging noise. There we go. You can actually see the mic on camera a little bit when I move it this close. There we go. Alright. Okay. Sorry. On these streams, I prefer to put the keyboard out of the way so I can move the mic closer. Just everything needs to be shifted, though. That's kind of good. It's too bad I can't do that on more streams. Do it in this way. I guess I kind of can. If I'm using the controller, I should really do this. Yeah, I like this. Coffee. I actually just took a massive swig of vanilla Coke before in the kitchen. And then straight to a sugary coffee. Yes. I'd say we're awake. I don't know if the Barbie Oodie comes off as well in this lighting scheme. Because there is a pink light off camera. I'm not sure if pink light on pink Oodie really does much. You know what I mean? It's just a little pink neon light on a pink fabric. It's a bit hot. Like the bounce of it. Makes it a bit more garish. Not sure I like it. If I do that again, I might come up with a different lighting scheme. Something that makes more sense, maybe. Ah. That's good. That's good. I made a good coffee today. A really, really good coffee. So there are things. There's been more stuff dropping in relation to that Mickey Mouse entering the public domain. That's interesting. I found at least one more trailer. I'm not sure if it's a game or a movie. I think it might be a game. I think it might be a game. I don't want to spoil it for myself, though. So I'll hang on to it. I'll find out if it's a game or a movie live in the middle of watching the trailer. Anything else crazy? Oh, they dropped the new He-Man season. Master Universe Revelations dropped. We only really got one good trailer out of that before they actually dropped the show. I forgot to check if they're doing it in parts again. Like how season 1 was dropped as a part 1 then a part 2. They split it in half. It seemed to confuse everybody on Twitter. Like, the show makes more sense when you watch it as a whole, like all 10 episodes. When they cut it in half at episode 5, it leaves people to speculate in really toxic ways about the show that would have been cleared up if you just kept watching episodes 6 through 10. Which was a bit, you know, a bit unfortunate for everyone concerned, but whatever. We got there in the end. Oh, hey, Sham. Oh, God, this coffee is so good today. I don't know what I did. Did I over-sugar it? Did I under-sugar it? Like, what's it? I need to make coffees like that more often. I went to church today? Boo. Why? What an awful idea. Is that because it's Sunday? And that's when that kind of thing usually happens? I can't remember the last time I've been in a church. I think a friend of a friend might have had like a baby that was getting a christening or something. And we happened to stop by, and I wasn't particularly into that idea. Crossing the threshold was unnerving. Also, they have that little they're one of those bowls of holy water by the door where you're supposed to like spritz your fingers, and then you get the little spritz on the forehead. Oh, how the hell that works? And I could have sworn that shit was singeing. I was like, the priest was mortified. Loneliness has been dawning on you. Oh, as a way of connecting with people you knew that do that. Wait, were you crying at the church? Or were you crying before going to the church when you felt lonely? When did that happen? Ah. At the church? Oh no. They got you. The power of Christ compelled you to feel emotion. Their music has always been so good, to be honest. I don't know if I believe you on that one. Insert Cole Phillips doubt meme. I've never heard churchy music that I would ever consider good. It's stereotypical. It's like when you hear it, you're like, that sounds like it's coming from a church. But I've never jammed out to it. I've never thought it was a bop. There's actually a church next door to my apartment building. A lot of Maori people go there. You always hear very, like, tribal, island-esque music. I should just go over there one day in my slippers and my my Barbie Oodie. Just cruise on in. I'm like, what's up? What's up, Godkin? You guys stoned any independent women lately? How are the priests? You watching your kids? I'm gonna be really sad when this coffee runs out. I'm really feeling it tonight. I want one of those bottomless coffees, like Thor's beer in the post-credit scene of Doctor Strange. You sat next to a guy you played footy with in year 11. He was small, but now he's muscular and a dad. Oh, yeah. I knew people who were pretty, like, straight-laced, normal, regular kids back in high school. And then 15 years later, you see a trace of them, and it's like, they're like some weirdo trailer trash meth head now, with like 4 or 5 kids. And they're like balding. They have like this massive receding hairline. And they're tweaking out, and they suddenly they spoke like a normal, intelligent person as a kid, but now as an adult they talk like a bogan. Ah, yeah. Kind of stuff. People go through it, man. Life happens. Fortunately, life happens to everybody differently. It's chaos. It's absolute chaos. Ain't none of us succeeding in the end. Nobody wins. We're all gonna die horribly. May as well get on that meth and live in your trailer. What does it matter in the end? We're going back to oblivion, Sham. All those millennia of nothingness before you were born. Get ready. I like optimism. It makes life more bearable. I don't know. I'm kind of the opposite. Optimism doesn't make life more bearable for me. It highlights the fallacy of false positivity to me more. The more positivity I try to force, or that I see other people forcing, the bleaker I feel. I can't see past the artifice of it. I guess that's what it means to be more of a nihilist than a cynic. Life is chaos, and it is pain, and it is tragedy, and it is unwinnable, and random, and there's no rhyme or reason. Bad, evil people succeed and become millionaires, while good people trying their best and are helpful to others barely scrape by and end up in a ditch. That's nature. That's the universe. It's not karma. It's just the natural roll of the dice that is existing. We're all atoms and molecules slamming together and shifting around. And there's kind of a bleak beauty in that. The fact that positivity and negativity don't really exist. It doesn't matter how fucked up things get. It is what it is. It's just life and nature moving how it moves. Sometimes you're on top, sometimes you're on the bottom. I don't really ever need to despair, because it's just like, well, this is what it is now. I wasn't expecting it, but I wasn't not expecting it, so play the ball where it lies, as they say. The shirt you're wearing said "Lost in Oblivion." I mean, I guess that's thematic to the reasons why you were there. After one of the semester breaks at film school, on the first assembly day back at film school, where everyone like meets for the administrative hall, you know, everyone gathers in the hall and there's a big speech by the guy who runs the film school, the principal. It's kind of like the induction for the semester. I wore a shirt that said "fuck movies." First day back at film school. It's good too. It's just a pure black t-shirt with just white text. It's like the best thing you can wear to film school, I swear. Kind of legit though, because anyone that's made films and that has studied films, you do get to a point where you're just kind of like, you know what? Fuck movies. It's so hard. It's a nightmare. Filmmaking's a nightmare. There's so many variables, and you can try your best and everything can make sense, but the way it all comes together in the end can still make for a bad film, and then you wonder where it all went wrong and how you could have not ended up here. And it's who knows. You put your best foot forward and art just lands where it lands. All you can really do is say, well, that's what that was, and then you move on to the next thing. That's kind of what they teach you, though. It's like, when it comes to art, it will be what it'll be, for better or worse. Don't dwell on it. It's the people's now to judge. The way they judge might not be good, and you might be hurt by it, but the move you have to make for your own sake is do the next thing. Let that be what it is. Take your lumps on the chin, whatever's going on there. At the same time as that's happening, you're coming up with new ideas. You're writing a treatment for your next script. You're pulling together whatever for another production. Like, you just move. Like, be making the next thing. And that includes if you do well. If you make an amazing film that everyone's patting on the back, it's very easy to get complacent about that. You end up sitting back and just riding off that joy of having done something genius, like actually succeeded. And then, you know, years later, it's like, well, I've done nothing because I've been so satisfied with myself. I haven't moved. It's like, no, just for better or worse, keep moving, make another thing, keep making, keep working, keep pumping out art. Same with music. I mean, we like to put out raps and stuff. It's all the same shit. Music, painting. You know, if you draw or you paint any kind of art, you know, you do a thing, you're like, okay, this is how I feel about it. That's how other people feel about it. Interesting. Next thing. Directors have to juggle so many elements. Yeah, well, one of the keys to filmmaking is the village aspect. No film is great just because the director knew what they were doing and managed to juggle all those plates perfectly. Everybody else involved is a big part of that. If the DP is not doing a good job filming it, if it looks like shit, well, that sucks. If your actors aren't delivering a viable performance, that's both on them and you as a director. Like they couldn't find their way there, and you didn't do a good enough job directing them to find it either. So that's on both of you. There's a lot of people on that set that need to be on the same page. The reason the director is so important is that he's the guy that needs to understand the whole film. What's the point? What's the purpose? What's the theme? What's the style? How is this meant to be? And if you can form that bedrock, that anchor in the middle, you're keeping everybody on track. They still have to do their jobs. They still have to pull it off. And then all that has to be pulled together by an editor who also is doing their job really well. Also, once again, guided by a director, but still. It's that's why things like film school are good, because in filmmaking, especially when you're nobody, when you're where it's indie level, it's really about the people you can pull together. So when you go to film school, you meet like-minded individuals, and you gravitate towards people that think like you, have your same level of discipline or diligence when it comes to your work ethic or your art style, your beliefs, or whatever you want to label on there. And then everyone can end up helping each other and actually make something happen. You want to start learning more vocabulary, racking your brain, thinking of flows. I mean, language is a huge part of, well, not just rap, but lyrics and music in general. Like, if you were a straight A English student, you have a better chance of making it as a rapper. I actually was a straight A English student. I just didn't have the motivation to become a rapper. I was very good at writing essays and doing oral presentations in class. I nailed that shit. Not that I didn't have anxiety about getting up in front of a class and doing speeches. Like any normal person, you have anxiety and stress about it. You it's intense, but you got to learn to push that aside. Could have been Little Sean. Unfortunately, Little Dicky took the perfect rap name. There is already a Big Sean. Is he the one that did the cover of what's that song? No, wait, that's Sean Kingston. Fuck. I was thinking of the cover of that song that's like damn all these beautiful girls, only gotta do you dirt. They got me suicidal. I don't know what that song is. I can't remember the name of the song or what the original that it was covering even sounded like. The cover is now stuck in my head. May have been B.O.B. I know B.O.B. did the cover of New York, New York. That was on the Crisis 2 soundtrack. Remember the first trailer for Crisis 2? And it was B.O.B. busting out New York, New York? It's fucking awesome. The most memorable thing about Crisis... I've played the entirety of Crisis 2 on my PC back in the day. Like, I had that shit. But the only thing I remember about that game is the B.O.B. cover of New York, New York. Hang on, Oh, the song is literally called Beautiful Girls, and yes, it was Sean Kingston. I actually remembered that perfectly. I don't know. We copyright is shit, but hang on. I'm not good at remembering B.O.B. songs, actually. Like, I have a big blind spot when it comes to B.O.B.'s career. It's just that one Crisis song that really stood out to me. Where's my button? There it is. Wait. Let me just do this for a sec. Just for a few seconds.
Damn all these beautiful girls,
That one. Although there's no music. Wait.
Oh, that's why it'll never work. You have me so. Have you suicidal, suicidal.
I love the 50s kind of vibe. Like it's a hip hop cover, but I love how it retained the 50s swing vibe with the quaint diner and everything. I think that's enough. We don't need to hear too much of that. We get the point. I'm sick of YouTube yelling at me about copyright shit. It's painful. You know, I haven't actually my YouTube archive of streams is currently stuck. Oh, that's the wrong button. Wait. It's currently stuck on Christmas. I haven't been able to upload any streams since Christmas because the Christmas stream is currently stuck in limbo. There was about 8 different things that look. I don't mind copyright flags in general because my archive is not monetized. So if I get copyright flagged, it doesn't actually affect me. You can still watch the video. The content's still in the video. It's just I wouldn't be able to make money off it if it was monetized. That's all. That's a basic copyright flag on YouTube. So that's fine. Like, you can flag my shit all you want. The problem is every once in a while, there's a different kind of copyright flag. It's a full block copyright flag where it detects a song just like a normal copyright flag does, but rather than just flagging it and saying, okay, we know that's in there, but that's cool, we're not going to touch it. It's just that if any money came from this, we would get it instead of you. So it doesn't do anything. The other kind of copyright flag literally blocks your whole video because the thing was detected in there. So if it's like fucking, if it's like a Mariah Carey song, and for whatever reason Sony Music Entertainment is just like flat out block the entire 8-hour stream with everything in it that has nothing to do with Mariah Carey, but because she appeared for 8 seconds, this whole video is shut down. They don't delete it. It's not banned or removed. It's just blocked so no one can see it on my channel. It only exists in like the back end in the library with a big block symbol on it. So it's like, I don't really understand those ones. Like, I understand flagging it so that they can get money from your efforts because their thing was in there. Okay, you can't really legally argue that. So, you know, go for your life. I don't know why some of them shut you down. Because then they can't even make money off it from it existing in your content if they wanted to. It's just, why is it being locked? Why is it under lock and key? It's strange to me. Flashback to the Angry Joe videos. Yeah, so I don't have to deal with it that often, the block thing, but for some reason our Christmas stream and all the stuff we watched on there when we were making top 10s of Christmas music and all that shit, 8 different things got the full block flag. There were maybe like another 12 things in there that got flagged, just a normal flag, like they don't block it. But there were 8 separate bits of that video that chose to block the video for. So it's like the only way I can actually get through that is to actually do the fighting it thing. What do you call it? The dispute. Like, I had to dispute every single block thing on the list and type in a whole bunch of stuff arguing for why this should be considered fair use. And I kind of have to wait and see if all 8 of those get cleared. If one of those 8, if 7 of them get cleared, if my argument works and they go, okay, fair enough, we release it, which actually does happen quite frequently. They don't really seem to bother fighting it for the most part, the other times I've done it. But if one of those 8, they just go, nah, then it's still full blocked, the entire video. Like, every single one of them has to clear, or I'm fucked. And I can't upload any of my other streams that I've done after that yet, because then it'll all be out of date order, which I hate. So as soon as I manage to get the Christmas one up, a whole lot of other streams have to all like go up after it, one after the other. There's going to be like massive drop. Back when YouTubers only relied on ad revenue. Yeah, there's some YouTubers can't avoid the monetary flag thing. So it's like they kind of have to have things like Patreon and that to make money. Otherwise, it's just Sony Music Entertainment or whoever always getting your paychecks. Look, I'm not a big fan of this whole thing, this whole copyright business. I do completely understand the legal reasoning for why this is happening. I just don't agree with how YouTube implements it. I don't agree with the fact that Sony Music Entertainment should get, let's say you make an hour-long video essay on your channel, if you're one of those YouTubers. I don't understand why Sony Music Entertainment should get 100% of your money because 5 seconds of that 1 hour essay had a little bit of their content that was being used as an example of what was being spoken about in the piece. Why, if the percentage that their content takes up in your video is like, let's say if you do the maths on the seconds that their song appears and how long your video is, and it's, let's say, 5%. Let's say the time that it takes to actually show their content only takes up 5% of the total video. Why doesn't Sony Music Entertainment get 5% of the paycheck? Because their algorithm knows those statistics. It's already part of the... It literally tells you the exact part of your video from in point to out point that the content appears. It knows. It knows that it's this exact 12 seconds where Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas or whatever shows up, right? It knows all the statistics down to the finest detail. Why does Sony get 100% of your efforts when 95% of the video has nothing to do with them? The video itself is a product of your labor, all your editing, your ideas. It's your opinion or argument being expressed that you had to think about and write and then perform. Very little of this video has anything to do with Sony or Mariah Carey. Sure enough, legally, if we heard 5 seconds of her song, then she deserves a cut because that is her content. I understand that. I'm not against copyright. I'm just saying it never seemed fair to me that everything else gets completely ignored in terms of the content amounts and the effort put in to give them all the money for like 5 seconds. That's the part that fucks me around. I've never understood the logic of that. Like if I put on a street performance, like a busker, if I was performing in the street singing my own song that I wrote, that I'm singing, that I'm performing on a ukulele, and I'm down there for 5 hours performing on the street and everyone's throwing money in my suitcase. But at one point for about 5 seconds, a guy walks past me carrying a Coke can, like sipping on it as he walks past. Does the CEO from the $100 billion Coke company then get to come around and pick up my suitcase full of coins and walk away with it? Despite the fact that I just stood there for 5 hours performing my own written songs, performed by me. But because some guy sipped a Coke for 5 seconds, a $1 billion corporation now has all my fucking change. Great. This all makes perfect sense. My coffee's now finished. I'm very sad. Yeah. I don't know why people don't argue that. I'm sure this has been explained. It seems too obvious to me that it hasn't not been covered at some point. I'm sure something has explained this at one point. My performance was performed by the refreshing taste of Coca-Cola. If you just say Coca, it sounds like you're talking about cocaine in an accent. Hey, Benevolente, you come down to the pool house and have some of this Coca. My uncle, he brings down the best Coca from the island. It's a pure white shit, you know what I'm saying? We get fucked up. Me and my friends, me and my cousin, we get fucked up on this shit. Come get the Coca. I'll make it a line for you. I don't know what accent I'm doing. I'm pretty sure that was 3 accents combined in one. Yeah. Did you notice it didn't start as Roman? But at some point after I said the word cousin, it turned into Roman from GTA 4. I swear that word is a trigger. There's certain trigger words or phrases that actually like completely hijack your accent. But there's also trigger words and phrases that create accents. It's like when people do Kermit the Frog, they generally find the voice with certain phrases like hi ho. You know how Kermit always starts his sentence with like hi ho, I'm Kermit the Frog. It's like hi ho. He does that thing when he first starts talking. That's like kind of a trigger phrase that people will use to find the voice. You know, they'll get into it by like repeating his introduction like dialogue at the start of Sesame Street Muppet videos or whatever. I can sometimes do Kermit and I sometimes can't. It drifts in and out. That hi-ho thing doesn't really... I know that's a thing for other people, but it doesn't really work for me 100%. I find this is actually kind of proving my point a bit, because this is different for everybody. But I find that I can discover the Kermit voice easier if I use the song "Hurt" by Johnny Cage. The cover. Johnny Cash's did I call him Johnny Cage? Oh shit. Johnny Cash's cover of "Hurt" I find is the easiest way for me to locate the Kermit voice. You like doing Yoda, Scooby, and Fat Albert because they have the same deep rasp. Yeah, see, and characters that fit into the deep rasp thing, there are like trigger sentences you can use to find the voice. Like, I know with people who do Fat Albert, for example, they will use the hey, hey, hey. Like the hey, hey, hey. They'll do that. Like a couple of times. Just to like smooth into the voice. What was I saying? Yeah, I think it was because on YouTube I saw a parody cover of "Hurt" once that was by Kermit, and for whatever reason, the best chance I have of finding the Kermit voice when I try to do it is to start with that. So like, you kind of go, "I hurt myself today to see if I still feel," like. It's not the perfect, like, sometimes I'm better at it, but my best chance at like figuring out how to do that voice is that song. And it's weird how that becomes like a trigger. And I think that's like a key component to a lot of voice acting. When you're trying to discover or trying to train a voice or practice a voice, I think finding a AI generated Kermit, yeah, it's like close to Kermit, if not perfect. Yeah, you need to find trigger phrases that kind of like signals your brain into the right lane for that like voice. You get sad thinking about Bill Cosby being a predator? Yeah, you gotta detach the creator from the art sometimes, if you can. Not everyone can or is willing to, which is fair. It's like how Roman Polanski is a pretty good director and has some pretty amazing film classics under his belt, but I know people who can't watch his classics anymore because of who he is and what he's done. And you can't really argue that. It's like, I mean, I could watch something like was it Rosemary's Baby? Yeah, something like that. Mental blanking. I could probably still watch one or two of those classics and still enjoy it for what it is, but I don't blame anyone for not being able to do that. Oh boy. Alright. I teased it before, but I think it's time... Hold up. I think it's time we had a look at this this Mickey Mouse trailer. This is now the third Steamboat Mickey related thing that we've seen on stream since Mickey went public domain. I'm just not sure if this one's a movie or a game yet. I think this is a game. I think I just saw Unreal Engine. Yeah, Feature Studios. Definitely a game. Sweet. Is this gonna be horror again? Because why is everyone so obsessed with horror? Like, that's all we got. It seems like someone has definitely put effort into this. This is a very directed CGI trailer. Oh, that's screaming. We're back in the horror. For a second I thought maybe we were going to get something a little different. This seems like a modern fairy. They love the taboo. I mean, it's just... at this point, it's become the obvious move. Is like, okay, this cute, wholesome thing has become... public domain. The thing you're supposed to do is, like, do the opposite of what you're supposed to do with it, which is to make it gross and R-rated. I just feel like it's become a bit obvious. Oh, wow. I love the fact that IGN has to cover the fucking... Oh, there's Mickey. Thanks, IGN. You ruined it with your pop-ups. So it's a modern freighter. Not a freighter. It's a modern steamboat that's haunted by an evil Mickey entity. Look at the first comment. This is exactly what I just said. At this point, it'd be more original to make a non-horror adaptation of Steamboat Willie. That's kind of what I'm getting to as well. At least this one's taking advantage of the fact that the cartoon's on a boat. Yeah, at least we're on theme. I'm kind of interested now to see someone take a property like this that's public domain that you can do anything with and do something genuinely unexpected and, like, creative that you would not see coming. That's what I want. On the trip, iShow talked to me and... Is that... Wait, are you talking about the podcast of the stream that had, the boys on? Auntie Donna? The one you showed me a bit of? The clip where they referred to you in the chat? Oh, no, wait. I read that entirely wrong. On the trip, you showed Talk to Me to... Okay. You showed the movie Talk to Me. I thought you were saying some show talked to you and them. And I just assumed, like, we must be talking about their podcast or stream, that they talked to you or something. I read that totally wrong. Your dad and stepmom didn't like it? I still haven't seen it. I'm assuming I will at some point. Why is my water... My water has a flavor to it and it's bothering me. Maybe I need to wash that bottle. Directors have to stop making movies with podcast names. I'm looking at you, Jordan Peele. Oh, wait. Oh, you just said the magic words. Didn't Jordan Peele just release a trailer? Hang on. Hang on. Ding. It's not the next movie directed by him, but his production company released a trailer for something. Monkey Man. That's the one. Yeah. Hold up. Thanks for reminding me. People tried to send this to me a couple of days ago and I couldn't watch it because I wanted to wait until today. Monkey Paw the company. Yeah. So this is written and directed by Dev Patel, the actor. Remember the kid from Slumdog Millionaire? I think this is his writing directing debut, and Jordan Peele's production company is funding it, so this should be interesting. I'm assuming it's horror.
Close your eyes, and you will find yourself.
When I was a boy, my mother used to tell me a story.
Oh wait, this
Demon King
isn't
and his
horror.
army. They brought fire and terror to the land
Did Dev Patel make a Bollywood action movie?
until they faced the protector of the people,
Oh
the
shit!
white monkey.
Looking cut.
There you are. You are a beast.
Oh, he's about to go off.
In this,
There it is from Jordan Peele.
the rich don't see us as people. Give me the job no one wants to do. I'll do it.
So he's about a vigilante. I didn't realize it was going to star him as well.
Doesn't turn out well for them.
This is not the place to work if you can't handle that sort of stuff.
Damn.
Every day, I've prayed for a way to protect the weak.
It is a Bollywood action movie. It's Bollywood John Wick.
Minaj, big bumper, nice headlights. Let's boogie.
Hell yeah. Love that they're using that song as well. Oh, it's a straight up remix.
You need to fight for your mother.
It seems pretty grounded though.
Anger will not quiet your soul, my son.
Don't call me son.
Damn. What?
It's time to remember who you are.
The barbed wire bat in the ring.
Just one small ember can burn down everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a fight?
Was that Shelter Cobley? Oh damn.
Yeah.
That was a trailer. What a trailer. God damn. Interesting. I wonder how he pitched that movie. I wonder if Dev Patel was like, "Hey Jordan, I want to make Bollywood John Wick, and I want to write it, I want to direct it, and I want to be the badass." And Jordan was like, "All right." I have so much money. Make your movie, my son. Come back and kneel before me when the film is done. Present it to me. That was wild, though. That looked like it was shot really well, too. There's something, like, just down and gritty about it. Like, almost like Midnight Fight Express. You know what I mean? Bit of a Midnight Fight Express vibe. Sounds really fly, my guy. Is Jordan Peele high right now? Actually, you know what that really reminds me of? Hotline Miami. You know what I mean? Hang on.
They will not quiet.
Hold up. The fact that he takes on this persona of like this vigilante urban legend, the Monkey Man. This monkey mask he puts on. There's something very Hotline Miami about this, like marauding around in a monkey mask, just like slaughtering people at high speed with that John Wick quickness. Like, if you'd shown me certain like clips and sequences from this, I might have assumed that this was someone trying to do a Hotline Miami live action film. Because it's close to how you might do it. Because you just have more, you'd have more people in more animal masks, especially the rooster one. You need the rooster one. It's the most iconic one, probably. Ah, Universal Pictures too. Universal Pictures really trusts Jordan's Monkey Paw company. The chest tapping scene at the end gave me chills. This is awesome. Hollywood never cast Dev as an action hero, so Dev decided to make his own action movie and star himself. He sure did. And it looked like it paid off. Should have called it Call Circle Dubai. Has a certain ring to it. You guys want to go down to the mall and watch CCD? Whoever edited this trailer, give that person a raise. Hell yeah. Cool song choice too. Oh yeah, there was Dev Patel in The Green Knight. I never saw Lion. That was like an Oscar-nominated one, wasn't it? I heard Lion was really good. That was great. Can't believe I almost forgot about that. Cold Circle Dubai. I don't know if you could apply the word cold anywhere near the word Dubai. I know someone who died there. That's related to me. A cousin. They literally died of heat stroke. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, for real. He had his own like media startup or whatever, and they were over there filming in the dunes. He collapsed from dehydration. Never woke up. I think they had to fly his body back. It's crazy. Like you never consider that something like that can off you. Like just being too hot. Like everyone knows that you can get dehydrated or whatever, but it's like you're just on the outskirts of the city. You've got water. You've got food. You just don't expect that you'd get so hot that you'd just keel over and never get up again. Like, how do you even predict that? It's pretty crazy. Oh, that reminds me as well, while you're here. You heard of Glorb? I thought this might be relevant to you, Sham. There's a YouTuber, a mysterious YouTuber. No one's actually sure who they are, but they have a channel that goes by Glorb. And they've become kind of virally famous in YouTube circles for their hip hop stuff. I actually don't know what the fuck is the genre of music. I know it's hip hop and rap and stuff, but I'm not sure what the exact genre is. He's been basically using voice AI to create beats with SpongeBob and pals. So it's basically hard gangster hip hop shit with SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick and Mr. Krabs and shit. He does make the music. It's not like this is all AI generated. Like, I guess he's a producer because the instrumental is actually created by him specifically. It's just that he gets the SpongeBob characters to actually perform the lyrics. That's like the beginning and the end to the AI aspect to it. And then I don't know if he does it himself or has someone else do it, but then they make music videos out of like Unreal Engine and shit. And I saw a couple of them, and I've still got my favorite one. It's called The Bottom Two. And I think this is a really good example. I don't think there's any copyright attached to this stuff, because this is just some random guy that makes this. So I'll just run it. With the Invincible title. The chorus for this song goes fucking hard, dude. I get stuck in my head. Gary hit him with the... Gary hit him with the...
Okay, let's get in that bag. We spinning that profit cracks. Let's see if that Mac bitch gags.
Sexy choked on dick, VVs on both my wrists. I was in the jump bucket, now I'm out in on my shit.
Hit the base with a guac emoji, turn danged in a guacamole. Can't hurt me, I'm with my OGs. Can't nerf me, Sandy LP.
Sandy came in hard on that.
They wanted so bad, they been asking where they credit.
Oh, that's me.
Done all my hit, fuck you me. But ain't in that chopper with my teeth. Oh, know me, boy, see you've done it now. You are fucked.
That's by the beam as my eyes grow. Sipping hella lean, smoking hydro.
Mr. Krabs episode. He's out of an Islander. This part. When Gary hits them with the...
I'm a stone face killer like my motherfucking house is. I'ma hit that dosey dough and smack you where your mouth is. Heard they want a solo, I can't do that.
Squidward is the best.
My clarinet and smoke them up his body ounces. My tweak a finger flash, rub it eye. I'm addicted to this cash. I want it all. Let the chopper blow his brat, bend him over, set relax.
Squidward is so hard in this.
Still hetero.
You know the crab like money.
Know the spine's like fun.
Know the store keeps shining.
Know the squid likes guns.
What we all got in
I love it when it
common
switches
the
between
shit
all of them
said
like
and
that.
done is a dead fucking rogue cheddar city that we run. That's by the beam as my eyes grow. Sipping hella lean, smoking hydro. When I hit the reef, turning tidal. Gary is my shadow, bitch, he go wherever I go.
This chorus never leaves my brain. This chorus never leaves my brain ever. God damn, Squidward. Leave some pussy for the rest of us. Anyway, that is a 5 million views video. Glorb has only gotten up to about 500k subscribers, but the videos are all hitting in the millions. The newest video was 3 months ago. It's on 2 million views, and it's called Can Gangsters Cry? SpongeBob playing the acoustic guitar. I mean, look at this. There's not that many. Like, there's 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18. There's about 18 videos only so far. Since about 7 months ago. And it's basically all that kind of music. All SpongeBob. AR Rap's like the new Vocaloid. The problem is a lot of it isn't very... There's not much effort put into a lot of that stuff. And I think that's why this is taking off. Is because this Glorb stuff actually has a lot of effort put in. The videos have effort put in, like the edit. He's actually like made good instrumentals for it. The lyrics are not bad that he wrote. Just happens to be AI SpongeBob characters, that's all. And also Squidward is just fucking cleaning up every time his verse comes in, no matter what the song is. There's a song called Kill Cam, D&D, Vengeance, KFC, KYS, Danktown. Plankton's got his own. Yeah, I actually have that particular song, the one I just showed as an example. I've actually got that downloaded. Just because, like, I was so mad that that chorus got so stuck in my head because I was walking around the house just singing meow, meow, meow. Huh. Gary hit him with the... Oh, God. It's like every time I come across a cat now, like when I'm cat sitting for this friend of mine, every time the cat meows at me, I'm just like, huh, Gary hit him with the... It's my response to every cat that meows at me from now on. Yeah, anyway. At least Glorb is easy to find. Very simple name. Go through more of it if you like it. Interesting shit. It's wild to me, some of the stuff that takes off on the internet. Some of it you just can't explain. It just is what it is. It's like, this is famous now. Get on board or get out of the way. Or Gary will hit him with the... Meow, meow, meow. Hey, there's a Plants vs. Zombies 3. Welcome to Zomburbia, 10 days ago. Did you know about this? I know it's probably giving you flashbacks to that period on my streams where we were getting trolled by 1,000 Plants vs. Zombies video guides in my chat that went for 45 minutes each. I didn't know there was another one coming. Apparently there's a Plants vs. Zombies 3. There's an official trailer out that was only 10 days ago. That's a bit trippy. I'm trying not to let my my Twitch experiences ruin Plants vs. Zombies for me, because I did really enjoy number 1. I just never got a chance to do number 2 because that was like a phone game. Yeah, Lemmy. He probably hasn't been around for a long time because he got disrespected by us not wanting to watch his 8 hours worth of no voiceover video guides. It was literally just like subtitle text at the bottom of the screen and just silence for 45 minutes. And there's like, what, 16 videos of it that he was posting? That was crazy, man. I couldn't wrap my head around the logic of what he was trying to do there. I'm like, you got to think these through, man. Like, you're literally hijacking the stream, but for what? For what purpose? What am I looking at the comments for? Game engine footage includes optional in-game purchases. Oh no. Oh, the visuals is a bit more cartoony. There's a lot more movement animation. I mean, there's only so much you can iterate on the same formula. Except for adding a bit more charm to the... You can rebuild the town. Oh, you have me now. That's my shit. They know what elements I liked in my games. Let me reconstruct... Let me do some town building as a reward for playing the game correctly. Unlock town pieces so I can put it all together in the hub. I love that shit so much. I mean, the game looks the same otherwise. Zomburbia. Whoa, that just straight up cut the music at the end. No lead out of nothing. Feeling a bit gay. Well, the thing is, the game is still the same. It's still Plants vs. Zombies. Like, if you weren't into it with number 1, then you're not into it by number 3. So I can take it or leave it. But it's the stuff, it's the meta stuff that just hooked me. If it was just me, if it was just them showing me Plants vs. Zombies gameplay with slightly updated graphics, I'd be like, eh, as well. But the second they showed the hub world, where you're rebuilding the suburb with the rewards from actually playing the minigames, the actual puzzles, that's the shit that I like. That's what I'm into. It's like a redux to the first game. No, well, that's a big part of the genre, though. It's like, if you're going to make sequels to something like this, it has to still be Plants vs Zombies. You can't really change the formula. Like when they made that third-person shooter online spin-off game, like I don't like that because that's not Plants vs Zombies to me. That's something totally different with the Plants vs Zombies coat of paint. Like what we just saw there, that was Plants vs Zombies. So if I felt like playing more Plants vs Zombies, if I was hankering for more of that content, this is great. Like I would play that. I'm not excited or, you know, hanging out for pre-orders or whatever, but having played the first game and really enjoyed the gameplay, like it's a bit of a comfort food kind of game, I can see myself sitting down and playing that. It's just the only thing that gets me excited is the stuff you attach to it. Oh, I just punched my mic. The add-ons, and that's why I like that suburb shit. Like, previously all you did was play levels of Plants vs Zombies. That's all it needed to be. It was just level 1, stop the zombies. Level 2, stop the zombies again, but they're coming faster. It's like, if it was just that, then it really is a redux of the first game. What I want is the more meta stuff. Like, what am I earning from completing levels? What do I do with it? And the whole base building hub thing, I love that. You know what I've heard's got a little bit of that, just a tiny bit? What's that game that won Indie Game of the Year at the Game Awards? Not Star Ocean. Something of Stars? Ocean of something? Sea of Stars, that's the one. I was having a look at the achievements for that game, and there were achievements for completing your base, like building a sauna and building like a barracks and stuff like that. And that kind of intrigued me because it looks like Chrono Trigger. It looks like one of those old school JRPGs that you'd play on like a Super Nintendo, which is rad. I would play it for that reason alone. But if there's some kind of like island base that you own, that you and your characters go back to between story chapters, where you get to earn like, where you get to collect NPCs and then like build them structures so they can like open shops, which then get you more stuff. I love that shit. There's another game on Game Pass called Etrian Chronicles or whatever. It's like a side-scrolling, you know, moving left and right action RPG. And that game is got a similar structure where there's basically like a town that's all fucked up. And you head left or right into other zones of the game to basically like kill monsters, level up, and collect resource materials, which you then bring back for side quests, which then earns you the ability to like rebuild parts of the town in the center of the map. So you keep on heading out in the different directions and always coming back to the middle to hand in your quests and like build the town up. And it's actually a prequel to that Etrian Chronicles 1000 Heroes game that's coming out soon, which is just a straight RPG, JRPG. So that's kind of fascinating. Like they made a whole game of a totally different genre to be a prequel to their big JRPG, which is still about to come out. And that's coming to Game Pass as well. It's going to be a day one Game Pass RPG release. Although I have a feeling a lot of people don't realize those two games are even connected. I keep seeing Princess Peach flashing at me in all the related thumbnails. 4 days ago, Princess Peach Showtime official trailer. Didn't we see a trailer for Princess Peach Showtime already? At like a Nintendo Direct a couple months ago? Is everyone just getting this late, or is this a new trailer? Alright, I'll bite. I am intrigued by the Princess Peach game. Did I ever tell you that I owned the Princess Peach game on the Nintendo DS? It's good. Princess Peach flashing you should be an issue. No, it's not. It should not be an issue. I would love to be flashed by Princess Peach. You kidding me? She's gorgeous. Not as hot as Rosalina, but Peach ain't bad. Peaches, 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 peaches. As Jack Black says. Mario needs to know. Don't tell Mario. Don't throw him under the bus, Sham. How dare you? More of a Daisy girl? I don't know. Never really been into Daisy. She seems a little bit much to deal with. But I think that's the joke. You know how Daisy is kind of always like positioned as like Luigi's princess girl interest, whatever. I think that's the gag. Luigi is such a introverted, scaredy cat, coward loser, and Daisy is like the most extroverted, out there, sporty, energetic princess. Like she'd be the one on the front lines, be the first one out the gate. I think that's the joke. I think combining those two opposite personalities as a couple is kind of cute. I kind of like how they did that. Holy shit, Thynan's here. Thynan 2 in the house. Hey, your alt account's here, Thynan. You're just in time to catch him before he goes to bed or whatever. What time is it actually? Let me just double check. 9:30. All right, let's run this. Just... Is this an RPG or is this an action game? Ninja Peach. Dope. Oh, it's an actual platformer.
Howdy there.
Cowgirl Peach. She had sarsaparilla. For legal purposes, we have to point out it's sarsaparilla and not alcohol. Sword fighters. They should have called it Swashbuckling Peach. They missed a chance there for a better name. Lame. Detective Peach. Considering that there's Detective Pikachu games, I think this bit's less interesting. Patisserie Peach. Okay, I like that name. That's better than Chef Peach. Has a nice ring to it. Kung Fu Peach. Dope. Are they going to show us all her forms? Is that what this trailer's... Is that all we're doing here? Yeah, that was just a roll call of all her different forms. Wasn't really a trailer. They call it official trailer, but it was really just... This is how the game works. These are the things you can do. The end. Detective Peach is so cool. To be honest, it looks like the part of the game I would enjoy the most. Like actual puzzle solving as Detective Peach. It's the least exciting form just because like Pikachu's already done it. Like I want to see more creative forms like Garbage Collector Peach. She comes with the truck and everything. Tax Accountant Peach. She looks like a sexy secretary with a little black dress and the glasses. She has a little notepad. The gameplay is the most boring part of the game, but it's probably going to be the hottest look. Therapist Peach. Honestly, it's Peach that needs the therapy. She's the one who's traumatized by being kidnapped by Bowser like 65 times. Visual novel dialogue. Strip Club Peach. Stripper Peach. You get to play a rhythm game while she pole dances. And it's got, what's that character's name? Lakudo? Is it Lakudo? You know that little turtly guy with the glasses that flies on the cloud with the fishing rod? It's got him as the strip club DJ behind the desk. But the actual DJ platform is the cloud with the DJ record player on top of it. Dope. You went to a strip club on the trip? Oh, did you? I haven't been to a Sydney one in a long time. Not since they all changed business model. I went to a couple way back in the day with my ex. We had a good time club hopping. Those. But then we went back years later after we moved to Sydney, and they completely changed the business model where they use the fake Monopoly money that you have to buy from the club, and we hated that so much. It just seems so disrespectful to the dancers. It's just a way for the losers that own the club to like scab more money off the dancers themselves. I refuse to go back if it has that system. You've been dancing for hours. As you walked in, one of the girls touched your shoulder and asked if it was raining outside. Wait, what? Thynan can't go to a strip club. He's too young. I just think the ones around my area changed so much. I'm pretty sure they're all owned by fucking mafias and stuff, and I just don't like the business practices that they've done. It makes the dancers feel like slaves, like they're doing shift work. They don't really put any effort in. They all look miserable because they're all going to get the same shift money at the end because it's all monopoly money bullshit. You were quite sweaty. Oh, that's what you meant. You were dancing for so long you got sweaty and the girls thought it was raining. Holy shit. Goddamn, Sham. I'll be keen to play Princess Peach Showtime. I just still haven't opened up my Switch. I still have a sealed Switch box. I have to open that someday and actually play something. Otherwise, what's the point of owning the damn thing? I just need games for it too. Like, I don't actually own any games for it. I just have the box. I could open it right now, but I would have no games on it. You had no money and we're just asking one of the girls for water? Uh-oh. The strippers don't like broke motherfuckers. They're looking for gangsters. To fund their sugar mama shit. I guess. Thirsty like that. In all ways. In more ways than one. What's Dungeonborn? This trailer debuted yesterday. It says official announcement trailer. Has anyone heard of Dungeonborn? Is this some Dragon's Dogma wannabe shit? Check out the gritty fantasy world of Dungeonborn. Watch as terrifying enemies meet their demise. It's a PvPvE extraction dungeon crawler. With tactical extraction shooters and dungeon crawling set in a dark fantasy world. What the fuck? Isn't that, what's that game that was really famous? Darkest Dungeon? Everyone was playing it on YouTube. I think it's a pretender. Hang on. Let's get in here. It's very quiet. Okay. I think this looks like pre-rendered cutscene though. I would have assumed we'd stumbled into some Skyrim shit if we hadn't read that description. Here we go. It looks like Skyrim. Yeah, I would 100% have just thought this was a Skyrim-esque dungeon crawler RPG if I hadn't read that description. The game is not really explaining itself in the trailer. Like, you actually kind of have to read the summary to understand what this genre is. Okay. Blades get a sequel? The hell's Blades? Oh, the Elder Scrolls mobile game. I forgot that existed. So can you betray your teammates during your PvPvEing? Like, can you attempt to extract with all the goods for yourself? Is that what they're suggesting there? It looks nice. They've got a good vibe going. I think the only problem is that it's very obviously cribbing on this new genre that's emerging of PvPvE extractors. And I think Deepest... I can't remember what the name of it was. Was it Deepest Dungeon? Everyone in the... No, Dark and Darker. Holy shit. Yeah, I was way off. I was kind of close, but... That Dark and Darker game... This sounds exactly like that. With Skyrim level graphics. Because Dark and Darker is a bit simpler looking. Where you're basically just trying to like get in, get stuff, and get out with your team. But you can run into other teams. And then all of a sudden it's PvP. While everyone tries to kill each other for loot. A little bit like if you took Sea of Thieves and shoved it inside a medieval dungeon. Last I heard about Dark and Darker, though, they were going through legal issues. There was some legal trouble with the publisher that those developers left. When they worked for that publisher, they'd pitched it to them, and they didn't want it. So they took what they'd been working on, and they shelved it. And when they left that publisher, they formed their own dev, and they started finishing the idea for that game on their own. And then once the game went off and became viral on Steam and YouTube, that original publisher chucked a lawsuit at them saying that because the idea was conceived while they worked there, it was technically their concept. Like they were trying to say that they owned it. But the issue is that they never wanted it. They shelved it. They had no interest when the devs that came up with the idea actually worked for them. So they waited until they were off by themselves and they just like realized their vision then. And then it turned out to be a success. So I don't like the tone of this story because it sounds to me like a publisher having sour grapes that they could have had something hot if they'd only been smart enough to let their developers run with their vision. And now that they're pissy, that they missed out on that fat check from an idea that actually worked out, they're trying to get a piece of the pie after the fact by like pulling legal strings about who owns the idea if they worked for them when they came up with it. And I know that kind of does make it a little bit legally hairy. It's not a cut and dry issue, but I do think it looked very shitty on the part of the publisher because you had your chance, you fucked it, and now you're coming for your money when they've gone and actually figured out a way to... They went out of it. They had to realize their vision in a much more difficult way. They had to go out on their own and pull this shit together without the support of a bigger publisher like who they worked for before. So it's like... It's kind of like a big fuck you in a way. I don't like it. I should look up later what's going on with that court case, what's happening with that game. Because I think it was temporarily like pulled from Steam while that was going on for legal reasons. And now we have to like wait and see. It's goddamn tragic. It's not exactly my kind of genre though. I would try it for a night, kind of like what I did with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But I'm not sure if it would hold me. Although technically speaking, something like Lethal Company isn't really like my main deal either, but I did enjoy playing that. I just kind of hope there's going to be more to it sometime soon, because as an early access game, after you've played it for a couple of hours, you can kind of feel the early accessness of it. Like, there needs to be more game to this. There needs to be more meta gameplay loops to give you purpose to doing the roguelike stuff, to constantly keep going out and scavenging bases and stuff. I'm not really sure what I'm working towards in the game. I don't feel like I'm leveling anything up. You know what I mean? I'll still play it again, though. I'll see if I can find a time to fit it in again next week. at some point. Ooh. I'm sitting here talking about fucking janky ass early access Steam games when the official full trailer for Avatar The Last Airbender live action on Netflix is out 4 days ago. Right above this thumbnail for The Real History of Rule 34 by Lextorius. I wonder if this would be an appropriate video to watch on stream. I would like to know the history of Rule 34. I love the fact that in the thumbnail, Elizabeth is clearly seen on the left there. I actually know what they're going to say about that. A lot of pressure for this show. Oh, Avatar. Oh, hell yeah. The teaser looked good, but that live action movie tanked it so hard. And that cartoon is so well loved. I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of those filmmakers making that movie or TV show. It's a TV show, yeah. Yeah, Netflix show. What was I going to say? Oh, I know why Elizabeth is in this Rule 34 history thumbnail. I remember there being some controversy a while back around about the time when Elizabeth was hitting the #1 spot for the most Rule 34 character around that time. And then there was a statement from, I think his name is Ken Levine, the director, the creator of BioShock. He made a statement on Twitter or on the internet somewhere where he said that he did not appreciate people making porn of his character because as the creator, he sees Elizabeth as a kind of a daughter to him. And it upsets him to see people making porn out of her. And I think people found his comment funny and kind of stupid because he kind of got roasted for it, and people made even more porn out of Elizabeth. The problem is you can't just go on the internet and say, hey, internet, don't make porn. Like, what do you hope to achieve with that? Like, all he basically did was ensure that Elizabeth was going to get even more fan service content, just in spite of him. Because if there's one thing the internet does best, it's spite each other. Or maybe that was his goal. Maybe he's smarter than we realize. He's like, if I complain about this, it'll ensure that people make even more of it, which is good for me because it makes my art more viral, more eyes on my franchise. Maybe he was playing 3D chess the whole time, while we were playing 2D checkers. I see you, Ken Levine, you smart cookie, you son bitch. Anyway, Avatar. They pull it off, we may be in Renaissance for live-action anime adaptations. I think we kind of already are. Because they didn't really pull it off with Cowboy Bebop, but One Piece really hit hard. People went crazy for the One Piece live-action. Like, that was a big success. And if Avatar follows suit and is an equal to success to One Piece, then we're in there. I think we're doing it. But then things get dangerous because Hollywood's been toying around with the idea of a live-action Akira for a while. I believe Leonardo DiCaprio owned the rights at one point, or still does. He bought the rights with his film company because he wanted to produce it, and then nothing happened for some reason. Yeah. Also, we're probably going to see, I bet Hollywood's going to take a stab at a live-action Evangelion at some point. And it's going to completely miss the artistry of the thing. It's going to be just a generic giant monster versus giant robot punch-a-thon. It'll basically be like just a weirder Pacific Rim. I don't think Americans know how to adapt the depth of something like Evangelion. There's some weird underlying tones in that show. I mean, your protagonist is basically like a horny emo kid that ends up piloting a giant robot that's like a clone of his mother that he wanked off to in a hospital bed. Like, how exactly is an American Hollywood studio supposed to adapt that and retain the tone everyone expects? Tough one. Sorry, we need to watch this Avatar fucking trailer. I'm waffling on.
The Fire Nation is embarked on a dark path.
I got my fingers crossed
And
for
the
fans of
world
Avatar, though.
might never recover.
I never got a chance to watch the
The world
cartoon.
needs the Avatar.
I should someday if I can.
It needs you, Aang.
Oh, look at this man. Look at this little man.
The Fire Nation has destroyed
He's
everything
glowing
in
like a
their path.
Colgate ad. It looks legit, man.
If the world is gonna have any chance,
It looks
it's gonna
really
need
legit.
Aang.
Right. There goes the savior of the world.
That was a little awkward. Didn't like that.
I've chased down every hint of the
I
Avatar.
would have taken that out of the trailer.
It's my destiny.
Some of these characters look so much like the cartoon.
I'm not someone who can stop the Fire Nation. I don't want the responsibility.
You don't have to do this alone.
I'm sorry.
You have me, Tara, and a
Enunciate?
flying ball of fur. What more do you need?
Oh shit.
The world needs
I don't know who
you.
she is, but that was hot.
Remember
Sold.
what it is we're really fighting for.
Man,
Ones
they did a good job with the effects. The bending all looks really realistic.
I'm the Avatar, and I'm gonna save the world.
Oh,
with
that
my
was awesome.
friends.
I mean, the air bending is the easiest, but the water and the fire are looking tasty. That fire in particular is looking very real. It sounds like it should be the Black Panther theme. T'chaka, 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 t'chaka. That was pretty cool. There's a couple of rough moments in that trailer though, just a few. I don't know about that. I don't know about that white boy. There's one shot. Okay, this line as well. What's with this delivery here?
I don't want the responsibility.
Balade. I don't want the responsibility. Balade.
I don't want the responsibility.
Balde. He doesn't even say. He doesn't know how to say responsibility. He says respondabandi or something. He'd be like a little baby. Yeah, he's talking like one. But that, you know, I can forgive. That was an odd line reading, but I can kind of forgive that. This bit is very rough to me. This shot right here. Okay, wait, not this first. I don't mind the fact that Aang looks like full CG when he slams in the pillar. This bit right here. See, that's fine. I can forgive slightly janky looking, not particularly real CG. Like, we're going to ignore that. This bit I don't like.
Right. There goes the savior of the world.
Really? Was that the first take? Like, oh god. In your trailer is supposed to be all the best stuff squished together as like a sales pitch, right? I feel like if you're going to have lines of dialogue in the trailer, it has to be some pretty solid acting. And this was some rough acting right here.
Right. There goes the savior of the world.
And then just fucking completely emotionless wooden face as he eats a thing. I think they spliced a different moment. It doesn't matter what they're reacting to. It doesn't matter if this is what they're referring to or not. It's the acting. It's this dude.
Right. There goes the savior of the world.
Yikes. Jesus Christ. Some of the worst acting I've seen all year. I mean, it's only January, so it's not saying much. But I mean, that's one thing out of a trailer where everything else is like AAA. The characters look legit. The cinematography looks legit. The bending effects look amazing. This chick is hot as hell. I don't know who she's supposed to be in the show because I haven't watched it, but I'm gonna go watch the show right now. Look at this dude's face. This guy's putting us all into this acting. This is the kind of acting that's like, I know I'm in a cartoon. I'm playing a cartoon character, but like in a good way. He's set his facial emotion performance to 150%. Dope. Is that a boomerang? Oh, it was. That dude looks like an anime character. That guy. He looks like someone out of like a fan-made like Dragon Ball Z short film. Did you watch the One Piece live action? I've seen clips from it. I just know that's the one that currently everybody is like mad into. I've actually watched One Piece itself though, up until Thriller Bark. I stopped somewhere in the middle of Thriller Bark and got busy. Never went back, unfortunately. Why does he glow? What's with the glowing shit? Is that him going Super Saiyan? Is that the Avatar version of Super Saiyan? Or is that when... Does he do that when he's combining all the elements into one? Like use all the powers or something? I'm trying to catch up on the lore. Chaka to chaka to chaka chaka to chaka. Yeah, this guy worries me. I don't know how well he's cast in terms of fitting character. I don't know the show well enough to know that. But
You have me, Tara, and a flying ball of fur. What more do you need?
even his acting of like, okay, now look up because there's a CG animal on your head, feels forced in the way he times it.
Fur. What more do you need?
Like he goes straight to, what? Like, I don't know. That guy concerns me. I'm pretty much 100% impressed by everything in this trailer except for that guy. There's something about him that's setting up red flags for me. But if the entire show is amazing and just that one dude is like a kind of a shitty actor, then it's still gonna be fine. Like, you know, you're 95% of the way there. Good enough. Can't complain. Is it okay if I send through a One Piece live action? Okay, wait, no, don't do that. Netflix is very scary. I watched the trailer for they cloned Tyrone once on stream, and unlike every other company that releases trailers on YouTube, for some reason Netflix was like, we're gonna take you down for that. And I'm like, it's just a trailer. It's a trailer reaction. Why do you want to block my channel? Yeah, we can watch some Dragon Dogma too. Might as well. It's just it's very scary to watch actual clips from movies or TV shows, because that's actually like just watching a part of the show. That's when people get mad. That's like one step away from just like watching a movie or a TV show like on my stream. They got me nice paranoid about it. Although you can actually do watch parties if it's an Amazon Prime thing. I did hear about that. Like you can officially watch like whole movies or TV shows on your stream if you do it as a watch party with something that's on Prime. Which is kind of neat. You are beholden to the content that they let you do it with, but still. When was this? Oh, 1 day ago. How come IGN keeps on getting to do all these, like, previews? Is IGN just sitting there, like, just playing cuts of this game as it comes out? Is Critical
Fire
Role
would be a
on
simple
Amazon,
side
is it?
quest. The owner of an apothecary enlisted my help to find his lost grandson who had been taken by wolves. As I followed the trail, I heard a screeching noise from up above.
IGN has exclusive coverage rights for the whole of January. So they just keep
All
on
of a
putting
sudden,
out
I'm in a
vertical
battle my
slices for
life
them to
against the
try?
griffin. It's a monster that's far too strong for my party to handle, but we fight and claw and hold our ground until finally we get it to retreat. I breathe a sigh of relief, then set up at the nearby camp and sleep till nightfall. That sleep is then interrupted by the same griffin back for revenge.
Oh, what? Cool.
That fight somehow boils over into another battle with a white, who proceeds to beat me within an inch of my life before I finally take him out, just as the sun rises after an epic 20-minute battle.
They were just trying to sleep, dude. What a terrible night. His sword is glowing with blue flame. If my
None of
sword was
this
glowing from
part
blue
of
flame,
the
I don't think I'd be
actual quest
comfortable
involving
carrying it on my
saving the
shoulder
boy.
like that.
It was just a series of events that cascaded into one of the most unforgettable encounters I've ever had in an open world action RPG. And it was just one of the incredible encounters I experienced during the 10 hours I spent
Griffin was
adventuring
getting absolutely
through
cooked.
Dragon's Dogma 2's fantastic open world.
I do dig the way Dragon's Dogma deals with fire. It feels realistic.
While I
Furry
didn't
or
get to start
feathery
from the
creatures always
very
seem to be
beginning,
catching a light.
I did get to begin with the creation of my own pawn. Pawns, for those unfamiliar with the first Dragon's Dogma, are AI-controlled companions that gain gear, skills, and experience from your game, and then take all of that with them online where they can be hired by other players to be companions in their own
Does
games.
that guy got whiskers?
I'm not going to spend too much time on
guy looked
either
like he had
pawns
whiskers.
or character creation, especially because we've already made those videos. But what I will say is that pawns are integral to one of my big takeaways, which is that exploration and discovery in Dragon's Dogma 2 feels much more natural than ever before. First and foremost, there are no more quest boards. There are no markers that appear above people's heads letting you know who's got a quest, and any sort of symbols placed on your
I
map
like
to
those,
let you know
though.
if points of interest are kept to a minimum.
I like symbols on the map as
you'll
well.
really rely on your pawns and NPCs to guide you through Dragon's Dogma 2's world. NPCs will, more often than not, be the ones to approach you with opportunities for side quests, as opposed to it being the other way around.
Say, you wouldn't happen to have seen a pretty stone?
You there! Did you see an urchin in a cap?
Pawns will also point out
People
objects
just
of
waylay
interest,
you with quests?
looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
boulders that can be destroyed.
It's kind of funny, actually, just walking around and be like, "Oi, random man I've never spoken to before in my life. Have you heard of any traces of the helm of Terra Spirit?
They will straight up lead you to those quests if you give them the go-ahead. All of this
It contains the gem of Princess Diaphysia. I need it for reasons.
And appropriately rewarding
Go forthwith
very
and
much
I'll
in the
reward
same way
you.
that Elden Ring and the two most recent Zelda games do.
Golden
As alluded
Trove
to in
Beetle.
the intro to this
Collectibles.
preview, you also never really know what to expect once you set out to pursue a quest lead. The very
Is that a
act of
Sasquatch?
exploring beyond the safety of the city's
Very
walls
Sasquatchy.
is unpredictable, dangerous,
That's horrifying.
and enticing, which is why it's so
He's
exciting.
actually running off with the player. I'm on go fuck this.
Over the course of
Gonna
my
use
10
you as a
hours, I got to
flashlight.
play
By the
with a
time they
total of
get
5 locations.
player 1
Fighter,
back, he's gonna be
mage,
traumatized.
Warrior, sorcerer, and trickster, which you can watch a whole other video all about. Unlike the first game, which had you unlocking
Jesus, this man's
advanced
V-neck?
vocations simply by leveling up the base ones, the 2 advanced vocations were actually unlocked via a quest. After visiting the Vocation Guild, I was given a quest to retrieve a greatsword and an archstaff, and after doing so, I unlocked both the warrior and sorcerer vocations. I don't know if all of them will be unlocked this way, and I didn't get a chance to unlock any of the hybrid ones, like Mystic Spearhand or Magic Archer, but I definitely like the idea of not having to grind vocations in order to unlock others. My personal favorite of the vocations I got to try was by far the warrior, who maintains the fantasy of being the great sword-wielding badass that brings giant beasts to their knees with just one charged strike, but also adds a few more
So
tricks
it's just
to
a
the
guy that
repertoire.
swings a sword like
Director Hideaki
really
Itsuno
slowly
heard
and really
feedback that
heavily.
The warrior didn't feel like a super viable vocation in the first game, and thus worked hard to
It's a
give
little
them some
boring,
new
though.
elements to bring out their strengths. For starters, we've jacked up the warrior's offense and destructive power, to the point where it's unfair. In exchange, its abilities take a little longer to execute. This makes the vocation somewhat difficult to use, but that's where the tackle comes into play.
Tackle?
If you're attacked, you can use the tackle to cause an enemy to be stunned instead of being stunned yourself, making it easier to get into the vocation. The tackle he's referring to is a new ability called Barge that allows the warrior to execute a quick shoulder bash, even while they're charging an attack, to interrupt and potentially stun any enemy that's trying to stuff their attack.
So the idea is that you're
Vocation,
standing
after
there
all,
charging
is
up a
built
big
around
sword
being able to
swing,
charge up massively powerful attacks that deal
and
humongous damage.
the tackle
So
essentially
this small
allows you to
change goes
counter
a long way
anything
in making it a
that
little
someone might try
easier
to
get
hit you
those big
with
shots
if you
off.
time it
My
right.
favorite new addition for the warrior, though,
In the
is
middle
a
of your
passive
sword
skill
charging.
that allows you to swing regular attacks much more quickly if you're able to precisely time your next button press with when the attack
Oh, and there's
actually
rhythm
lands.
timing elements.
This gives a nice rhythm
That's
to the
pretty cool.
warrior's
I
combat
like that
and
one.
allows a skilled player to compensate for the typical weakness of having a very slow attack while still making those very slow and powerful attacks still feel like they have their own place in the warrior's skill set. Also, if you're like me and enjoy the feeling of leaping off cliffs and
How do you
slamming
know
your
how
weapon
well
down
you're
on a
doing though?
monster's
Where's
head,
the health
this
bar
is
of the monster?
vocation for you.
Guessing it's the... Yeah, it's at the top. Okay.
I
I just saw it.
unfortunately didn't get deep enough into the sorcerer vocation to see any of the really big, crazy spells that they're so beloved for, but what I really enjoyed about the sorcerer was the addition of a unique skill called Galvanize. This allows you to go
It must
into
be
a
nice
stance
to
that
be
recovers
viable.
your stamina
I'd like
extremely
to be
quickly,
viable in real
which
life
is
as well.
especially useful for the sorcerer
Imagine being
due
viable.
to the fact that their spells take so long to cast. To shorten those spells, you need
It almost
to use
sounds
a
like
skill
something you
called
can
Quick
roast
Spell,
someone
which
with.
allows
It's
you to
like,
spend stamina
yo,
to
bro.
reduce the spell's cast time.
Go
All of
get
this
viable,
leads to a
motherfucker.
careful balance of preparing to cast a powerful spell, using
You
quick
suggesting
spell to
I'm
shorten
not
its cast
viable?
time,
How dare
and
you,
then
you
making note
cur.
of whether you have enough stamina to cast another spell, or whether you have to
Imagine
break
not being
away and
viable,
use
what a piece of
Galvanize
shit.
to get your stamina back up. It's a fun dance that made Sorcerer feel a lot more active than in
Love
the
that the
past.
the warrior's name is Rothgar. That sounds like a warrior.
Dragon's Dogma 2's open world is enormous, reported to be roughly 4 times the size of the already huge map in the first game. And I don't doubt that claim in my experience of checking out the map and wandering through just a small portion of it. It's big, but it's also dense, with exciting encounters both on and off the beaten path that were paced nicely so I wasn't constantly slowed down by back-to-back battles, but I also never went too long without having something to engage with. One thing that was important to Itsuno and the team at Capcom was making sure that the players really felt the distance that they were traveling as they explored. To that end, fast travel is very limited like in the first game. You can only travel between discovered port crystals, and every time you do, you must expend a fairy stone, which are highly valuable items that don't come cheap and aren't easily found.
So, oh, okay. So fast traveling is not something you can just abuse.
Another option you have for getting around is using an
Didn't
obstacle,
Dark
which is
Arisen
relatively cheap, but they are
add
limited
something like
in
that
the fact that you
to
can't
the first
choose where
game?
you travel. The main one that I found only went from the capital city of Vernworth to the checkpoint town, which was far to the west. You also have to consider that ox carts are not a completely safe way to travel, as they often
also
will
very
be
slow.
ambushed by all manners of beasts. Of course, you can just hoof it on foot, which is where you'll truly feel the weight of that distance, especially due to the new health restoration mechanic known as the Loss Gauge. In the first game, you'd be able to heal your entire life bar by using health restorative items, and recoverable gray health with spells. In Dragon's Dogma 2, however, every hit diminishes a portion of your max health, and the only ways to restore it are either by finding a campfire to rest at, or returning to an inn and resting for the night. Fortunately, if you rest at a campfire, you can
Ooh.
also cook some meat and get some much needed buffs,
This is
in
just
addition to restoring
someone's
all of your
stock
life.
footage of
But
meat?
there's a risk involved with resting at a campfire as well. The flames
The fucking
will attract
IGN
monsters
editor is
to
going
your
hard on that
campsite,
one.
And as I mentioned
I'm
at
gonna
the
get
beginning
some
of this preview,
seriously
you could
crisp
actually wake up to
meat
an
stock
angry griffin
footage.
coming back to finish what it started.
It didn't
When
have a
all
watermark
comes
either,
down
which
to
means
its
they paid
meats,
for it.
Virtually every action in Dragon's Dogma 2 has some combination of a cost and a risk tied to it.
Placeholder
Fairy stones
cinematics?
are
Oh, you
risk-free
think that they
travel,
put
but
them in
they
there?
come at a
The
very
actual
steep
developer?
price. Ox carts are
I thought that was just the
low-cost but
IGN editor.
moderately risky method of travel, and traveling on foot is free, but extremely risky. Then you must also consider whether it's worth it to press on in a quest line with low max health, or backtrack to a town to resupply, whether you should avoid fighting the giant
Very few
tanky
games
ogre,
manage to make
or
the
risk it
actual
all and try to
journey
bring it down
into
for
a
both the
mechanic.
experience and rare
Like in
material
real life,
reward, whether you should
or
keep
in
on the less
actual
dangerous
live
path,
actual fantasy
or take a
things.
detour into the unknown. In
The
10
distance that
hours
needs to
I
be
played,
traveled
these
and
were
the
very
difficulties
compelling
of the journey
decisions to have to
itself
make.
are
But the
are
real
like
test will
a
be
big
whether those decisions
like a
remain
big deal.
compelling or turn exhausting in
Video
hour
games
20 or
don't
30 when the
translate
map
that
has
very
expanded
well.
dramatically, and you still
A
have
lot of the
quests
times
remaining
everything
to
feels
complete
close
in a
together,
town
or
that
you're
you're
just
super far
fast
away
travel
from.
teleporting to things and getting
Hypotheticals
stuff
aside,
done.
though, I love just about every moment that I spent playing
The idea
Dragon's
that you
Dogma
have to
2
actually
during this preview
consider
window.
the
It doubles
distance
down on
traveled
everything that I loved from the first
and
game.
actually make
Makes
the
some
journey,
smart
and
improvements
that
to
there
the
are
way
multiple
quests are handled
difficulties, including
and how
like
you
lowering
explore its
max
giant
health,
world, and the little taste
that'll
that I
keep
got
making
in
it
the
harder the
locations is a
more
tantalizing reminder
the more
of
you
why
travel
Dragon's
without
Dogma
going back to a
is one
town
of the
or
best
resting.
in the genre when it comes to delivering on the various power fantasies tied
I like
to
that
the
level of
classic
realism.
RPG
That's cool to me.
archetypes. Even after all I played, I still feel like I just scratched the surface on what Capcom has in store for players when Dragon's Dogma 2 releases on March 22nd.
Imagine standing right under the crotch of the griffin. Its balls like tapping against your forehead while you're trying to chop its legs. Ew. Oh my god, look. My related videos. Asmongold reacting to the video we just watched. Imagine us reacting to the video of Asmongold reacting to the video that we just watched. And then Asmongold reacting to us reacting to the video that he reacted to that we just watched. Oh my god, it's Inception. Damn it. It's gonna be a long time before I get to try Dragon's Dogma 2 because I still have to play 1. You want it to be Game of the Year? Well, it's not out yet. Let's not count our chickens or jinx it. You know, a lot can happen between now and release. Let's be careful with that. Oh, Sydney Sweeney was on Hot Ones. She's a very attractive woman. Girl. Human being. Let's not minx it. If you say Minx's name too loud, she appears. Something conjures out of nowhere. Ooh. Cult of the Lamb is a Devolver Digital game that I would love to play on stream one day. I love the look of Cult of the Lamb. We've watched trailers for it back before it came out on like previous E3s and shit. Summer Game Fests or whatever. There's a new trailer out as of like a week ago. It's called Sins of the Flesh, and I'm going to guess that this is like DLC content. Like there's a new expansion or something. Hopefully this doesn't contain anything that would constitute spoilers for those of us who haven't played the first one yet, or the main game. Sins of the Flesh, the next free update for cute cult sim, Cult of the Lamb. Offers loyal followers a slew of worldly pleasures. Oh, it's just a content update. It's not like a new expansion story. It's just like more stuff added to the main game, I guess. Well, that's fine, I guess. It's not as exciting as what I thought it was going to be. It's still going to make for an adorable trailer, I guess. Look at this. What the hell? Oh, there's a costume shop. There's a bar. There's a tiki totem where you get to have parties around. There's a fuck tent. Yep, they fucked. That's an egg. Very cute for the fact we just built a brothel in town. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Holy shit, I want to play this. Why isn't this on Game Pass? This is not fair. Okay. The lamb shat some evil into a villager and he shat out a snake. Don't really know what's happening half the time, but it looks endearing. Look at this. Look at the level of charm here. 150% charm. That's a big pile of dookie. Wow. I can't believe it's an actual brothel tent. That's so funny. Does Devolver ever miss? I don't think they ever miss. The Sinful Pack. If I was bigger on either Twitch or YouTube, I could potentially like write letters to Devolver's marketing department and be like, could I have download codes so I can react to your game live on stream and on YouTube? And they'll be like, sure, you've got good numbers. That's good promotion for us. And then it's like, yay, everyone wins. As it stands, I don't think that would work. Are you going to go to bed? Feeling tired? Hey, good to see you too. What time is it now? 10 p.m. I've been on for 2 hours. I might just hang around for another hour or two. Catch up on a few more things and that's it. Don't need to make it a particularly long Sunday. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Don't worry guys, this is the most wholesome game on Steam. Are you sure about that? That sheep is sacrificing all these villagers to the Dark Lord. Sheep Satan. Not only did Cult of the Lamb add guns, sex, and alcohol, they made it into a meme. And made it in a friendly way that's fun in the game. I guess. I'll get a chance to try it someday. I can't wait. I played 100 days of Cult of the Lamb. I didn't realize you could get that much content out of Cult of the Lamb. Maybe he means 100 in-game days, not 100 human days, because that is kind of insane. Okay. Boom. That's enough Cult of the Lamb. Do. What should I look at? What is stop motion? Let me leave the realm of games for a second. There's something called stop motion. Official trailer from IFC Films. I don't know if this is a documentary on stop motion animation or if it's a horror movie based on stop motion dolls being evil or something. Because the thumbnail is kind of freaky. I'm super curious. What you got? What you got for me? It's a goyle.
Such a morbid imagination. Bringing dead things
Oh my god.
to life.
Is that a sleep paralysis demon? Okay, it's definitely the second thing that I thought. A horror movie utilizing stop motion.
When do you think you'll finish this film of yours?
I don't know.
Oh, she's making a stop motion film. The puppets are gonna haunt her.
What's all that stuff?
It's called stop motion animation.
What do you think?
It's a bit boring.
It's not finished. I mean, it's not boring.
Make a new one.
A new one.
Yeah. I know a better story. You want to hear it?
Wow. I hate children.
There's a girl. She's scared. There's someone coming.
Why is her stop motion so gross? It's like she's trying to be stop motion salad fingers.
Who's coming?
The man no one wants to meet.
The Ashman.
You bring it to life.
Never trust children that tell you stuff in a creepy way.
What does the Ashman do?
Don't be scared.
And why is she scared of a child? I think the difficulties
It's not real.
and the loneliness of being a stop motion animator is driving this chick crazy, and none of this is real.
I don't want to make this film anymore.
Do you want to hear the next bit of the story?
Ugh.
I want to go.
Maybe she ends up making stop motion out of actual, like, human corpses.
What happens when it
That'd be a
takes on
cool
life of its
twist.
own?
Cool. Oh, it's a Shudder movie. Of course it is. Shudder seems to do a pretty decent job of like funding endless amounts of slightly above indie budget horror films. You'll Never Find Me. Official trailer. Oh, that's also Shudder. I'm gonna start getting a lot of related Shudders. Yeah, let me save this somewhere real quick. Okay. Cool beans. Alright, well, you know what? I'm going to click on this other one just because it's 2 days ago, so it's fresh. Why not? More Shudder horror movies, sure. Is Shudder a channel you have to pay for? Is this a service?
I'm sorry. The weather has gone crazy out there.
Oh, it's Australian.
Is it okay if I use your phone?
Don't let people in your house.
I have to admit, this thunderstorm is strange. What made you come here?
I don't know, I just ran.
She's possessed.
I'd really need a lift into town.
I'll take you there when the weather lets up.
Or is he possessed?
Do you get lonely all the way out here?
Or is he... She might be
Hiding.
being followed by some kind of entity.
Or I'll just start running something.
You've never been here before. You have a familiar face.
That should probably get out of your way.
I don't think he can. I'm just messing with you. Did you tell someone you were coming here? What are you actually doing here tonight?
Sometimes he's creepy, but then sometimes she's creepy. And then sometimes both of them seem normal, and there seems to be something creepy outside.
You invite yourself.
I'm not sure what to assume is happening.
Sometimes it's like we're drawn to unhappy endings.
Like a population of fucking moths.
Like a population of fucking moths. Fuck's sake.
Who are you hiding from?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like a Australian bottle film. Like they've made this movie entirely in this trailer for a reasonable budget. Depends on what else happens. Sometimes you can make a very cheap movie in a single location, but it feels like that because there's nothing that elevates it. If you know what I mean. But then other times it feels like it's like that at the start during Act 1. And then during the course of Act 2 and Act 3, even though it's still the same location, they manage to escalate the creativity of what happens at the location to the point where you're like, oh, okay, this actually has a budget because it's going off the rails and there's all kinds of shit going down here that you just couldn't have predicted. As opposed to just like, we just made it in this trailer because that's all we can afford, and it's basically characters standing around talking the entire time. And nothing really happens. Except for some overacting. Oh, that Destroy All Neighbors thing I watched last weekend on stream, that was a Shudder as well. Two days ago, Immaculate. Sydney Sweeney, Red Band trailer. Wait a minute.
God save me.
I know who Sydney Sweeney is. Made famous by Euphoria, yeah. Anyone But You was that recent rom-com that everyone kept saying is good, but it looks really generic in the trailer. She's an American nun of devout faith embarking on a new journey in a remote convent in the picturesque Italian countryside. That sounds lovely. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Oh no, it quickly devolves into a nightmare. That's the next sentence. Her new home harbors a sinister secret, unspeakable horrors, of course. Directed by Michael Mohan. Who are you, Michael Mohan? The Voyeurs, Immaculate Save the Date, Everything Sucks, Pink Grapefruit, This Is How I Die. Okay, so he's done plenty, but nothing that is particularly noteworthy as far as I'm concerned, I guess. Fine, whatever. I mean, this one's being published by Neon. They're pretty good. They've published some pretty decent films, and this looks like it's actually legit, cinematography-wise.
But I'm still searching for what that reason is.
Okay, cool. There's only one thing I know about... Okay, prediction. There's only one thing I know about this film for sure. There's going to be a nude scene at some point with Sydney. Because I'm pretty sure everything I've seen with Sydney Sweeney in it, at some point, she ends up nude. A bit like most of Ana de Armas's career. Once she got big enough, she actually started to appear in movies where she didn't have a nude scene. You know, like Bond, for example. She got to be a badass Bond girl. And also Knives Out is another one I can think of. But then, like, everything else I've seen her in, and including, if you look at a montage of her European films before she became famous, it's just nothing but nudity.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Some people are just very chill about... They're not really that fussed about nudity. I respect that.
Hello?
You're gonna get got. They gave this away already in the pre-trailer teaser.
I know God saved me for a reason, but I guess I'm still searching for what that reason is. Too much blood of
Ew.
Christ.
Doesn't she also puke in a hot tub in Euphoria? God, puking in a hot tub seems to be a beat that follows her around in her career. Oh shit.
Out of all the women in the world, why did he choose me? How can we trust what's inside you?
It doesn't terribly surprise me when a nun commits suicide. Imagine living in a... Oh, there's the thing. Imagine living this religious lifestyle where you're not allowed to do the deed. Living a life of celibacy. They'd be dropping like flies.
Suffering. Suffering. Suffering.
Dropping the remix. Suffering.
Love.
I think I saw a titty. I wasn't expecting to see it in the trailer. I was predicting it for the movie, but I was not expecting it in the trailer. I was more right than I even realized. I find it hard to get stoked about these religious demon possession kind of horror films. I'm just kind of tired of it. Her scream crying at a spider that bit her really sealed the deal. When did that happen? I didn't see that. Maybe she's talking about a different film. I didn't remember seeing a spider bite anybody in that trailer. Hey, at least her career is taking off in a big way. That's really cool for her. I still don't think that rom-com looks good, though. People have said good things, but I'm just like, the trailer doesn't sell me on it. It has that guy from Top Gun Maverick in it, the one that plays the douchebag. And he still seems to be playing a douchebag, but one that has a heart of gold, I guess, because otherwise they wouldn't hook up at the end. And we know that's what happens because rom-com. Is that Elaine from Seinfeld in that thumbnail? I'm seeing an A24 movie up here. Tuesday. 2 days ago. Visual trailer. Hey, okay. I'll bite. From writer-director Dana Unanas Pusak. Starring Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Yep, that is Elaine. It also stars Dana Unanas Pusak. So the director and writer is also an actor in the film, alongside Elaine. I just don't want to say Julia Louise-Dreyfus out loud every single time. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. All right, if it's A24, it's gonna have something going on.
Understand how Tinder works.
Can I tell you something? I know exactly how Tinder works.
Then you don't understand how flirting works.
She's starting to show her age a little bit more in this movie. I've seen her in stuff
How do you think
recently
you
where
got
she
here?
still looks really good. I guess it's the age you're meant to play in the film, though. It's very easy to shift your age up and down,
Where,
especially for
honey?
certain actors.
Everywhere?
Whoa. Crazy ass CGI parrot. What? Is actually horrifying. What? An extraordinary directorial debut.
Unique. You made my head silent.
Who are you talking to?
What the fuck?
Can you please just come out so she can see you?
Madam, you need to say goodbye.
I like the voice of the parrot.
I'm a parrot.
You
I can
have to
do
be
it.
strong now.
I can't.
You can. And you have to let me help you.
Life. Every life ends.
It's gonna be existential.
The pain that you have. I don't know what I am without you. Who I am without you.
Oh, girl in the wheelchair is
I
dying.
don't know what the world
Think?
is without you in it.
And she has to come to terms with it as her mother.
Anything in the whole world. You'll be okay.
Poignant.
Promise.
Where does the demon parrot fit into this?
Promise. Promise.
There's the
echo you leave. The legacy. Your memory is how she lives.
What is the significance of Tuesday? I'm a little confused, but that looked cool. I thought the demon parrot was going to be in the little girl in the wheelchair's mind, but then the mother saw it as well, so I guess it's real. So there's a magical parrot with a demon voice that's helping them come to terms with death. I guess is the concept. I don't know why the parrot had to sound so horrifying.
Elaine, I loved you in Seidenfeld. You are a great actress. Unfortunately, your daughter is going to die. My bad.
Hi, Jay. You just missed Sham, actually. Sham was here for the first half of the stream. He just went to bed very recently. He said, "Tell Jay, sorry I missed him, and also I love him dearly. Especially the deep crease in his abs. It really gets me going." The cut on those cum gutters. Yeah. Why is Sydney Sweeney still coming up on my relateds? We just watched her trailer. Now they want me to watch her on Hot Ones? I love how everyone calls good abs nowadays cum gutters. That's Rick and Morty's to blame for that. That really became a thing. And I'm gonna send this as well. Hang on, let me get this link. Nope, not that one. There we go. So I just had to send that off. They call them what? Cum gutters. You love the term dump truck? Yeah, it's a good one. Thick has kind of taken over, though. Dump truck has been around since the early 2000s, but people have kind of switched to thick with 2 C's. Yeah, that's it. You got it. You know, because if you've got like a really deep gully in your abs, if the abs are like really cut, they have like that really deep gully down the middle, and you know, the deeper that that gully, the more of a reservoir of semen it becomes. Yeah, it was a term that got popularized by Rick and Morty. They got into a fight with a train conductor, and the train conductor ripped off his shirt before taking them on. And it was Rick or something that said, "Oh my God, look at the cum gutters on that conductor," and then it cuts to his cut abs, and then I think it became like a running thing for that episode. Like Jesus shows up towards the end of the episode, and he pulls open his white robe, and he's fully cut and has the huge abs, and Morty's like, "Oh my God, Jesus has got cum gutters." Nearly caused myself to go blind several times. Yeah, too much pressure. If there's that much pressure, that means you've been edging for too many hours. Pull it back. Ricky Stenicki. Oh, I remember that trailer. I think I saw a teaser for this once. Wait, how old is this? 1 day ago. Oh. Oh, this must be something different that I'm thinking of. Wait a minute. Hold up. I could have sworn I've seen or heard of Ricky Stenicki before. Yeah, it's about some friends that make up a fictional character named Ricky Stenicki, and they almost get caught out on the lie, so they have to hire an actor to pretend to be the fake person they invented. I swear to God, this movie already existed. How is there a new trailer out 2 days ago? Or is this being remade from an older film? Maybe. Okay, we'll give it a shot. It's not about pressure. Yeah, well, don't blind yourself.
Are you serious? Have someone call me when you get out of surgery, all right?
And it's got Zac Efron.
Ricky's been there for you guys your whole lives.
The devil's in the details, my friend.
It worked.
Zac Efron is a bad boyfriend.
What we got?
Ricky's cancer's back.
Why does it have to be cancer? Won't everybody get worried?
Yeah, and that's gonna take us right into the World Series.
The film about a bunch of douchebags that lie to their girlfriends. Great.
The best friend we never had.
My baby's gonna be born 6 weeks early.
I was born 6 weeks early.
Oh, I want to know where the hell you guys were tonight. We called every hospital and there was no record of a Ricky Stenicki.
Uh-oh.
You know, all we did was tell one lie.
Hundreds and hundreds of times over many, many years.
If the truth does come out, my marriage is over.
What if we hire an
You
actor
kind of deserve for your marriage to be
play
over at this
Stenicki?
point, I think.
Rock hard ride.
I'm not
X-rated
actually
rock and
relating
roll
to these main
impersonate.
characters.
I do a whole act, wall to wall, top to bottom, jizz jams.
Oh my God,
Thanks for
John
coming
Cena
out
is
tonight,
Ricky
ladies and gentlemen.
Stenicki.
So horny to be here.
This is a really bad idea.
Oh, Jesus. I've been cold turkey in the booze. Ricky Stenicki's in the program, remember?
Oh, Rod.
It's not what you think
Oh
it
my
is.
God, he's an absolute trash bag.
I'm a hyper every time. Now my mouth. I want you to admit that Ricky Stenicki does not exist.
Hey, mas hookah!
Yeah, I can see this going poorly. It's a fine concept for a R-rated comedy, but
The seedlings.
yeah.
The hair plugs, they're new, right? This is my hair. We're gonna lose our jobs.
For the redhead guy?
Am I right, guys?
Nah.
I was really taken.
I think I like Zac Efron. I think he's an attractive man.
Him, that guy. That's why I hired him.
That's awesome. You just said... What did you say? Just say it one more time.
We can't let them out of our sight. Not only did I miss the birth of my son, but I let some.
I knew exactly knew this is what was going to happen.
And we're done.
The Ricky Stenicki character gets out of control.
Show's over, Rod.
Starts taking over their lives.
Ricky Stenicki isn't real.
My job sucked. I had no friends. But now I have all those things.
Are you a fraud, sir?
What's she talking about?
We gotta get rid of him.
Oh, that's the... Okay.
Every time he tries to make a point, it's like he's smoking invisible dogs.
Dear God, it's true.
To support. Now it looks like I'm cupping the balls.
It looks okay. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't really stand out as being that great of this type of movie. John Cena's a funny dude, though. It's interesting how he went from, like, WrestleMania stuff, where you'd think he'd be one of those dudes with a huge ego, but he's actually, like, really good at self-deprecating humor. I've seen viral imagery of him in that that Britney Spears getup with the stockings and the skirt, And I was actually wondering for a long time where that was from. Like, when was John Cena dressed as a high school girl? And it's from this movie. People must have taken photos on set. This movie was in development hell for so long. Glad to see it finally coming out. Oh, this... Okay, that explains everything. I told you I recognized this film. It must have been shot years ago. Like, maybe pre-COVID. Yeah, they filmed a scene with Mark Riboulet. I did see him in the trailer too. What happened to this? Why was this in development hell for so long? Hang on. I need to know. Is there production information? Jim Carrey was originally going to play the role of Ricky Stenicki. Wow. That would have been cool. When will the movie be released? Wait. March 7th. This doesn't have any info. Maybe the Wikipedia does. Hang on, this might help. Sleeves are puffy. What do you mean my sleeves are puffy? This whole thing is puffy. It's a... Oodies are basically just giant blankets you wear as a robe. It's very, very, very woolly. Oh, this has been in development since 2010. Holy shit. 14 years. In 2010, it was reported that James Franco was attached to play the title role. Summit was going to finance the film. The script was placed on the 2010 blacklist. Franco moved on in 2012, so after 2 years, James Franco gave up on it. They tried to give it to Joaquin Phoenix. In 2013, 1 year later after that, Jim Carrey was considered for the role, and Steve Odenkirk was going to direct. And he was also rewriting the script. In 2022, it was reported that Peter Farrelly was going to direct it. And he was in talks with Zac Efron and John Cena. The screenplay was once again rewritten by Farrelly himself and 2 others, based on the original spec script. In 2023, Amazon acquired the rights, and they finally fucking filmed it. Filming took place in Melbourne, Australia. Yo. Jay. They filmed this movie in your town. Cena and Efron, and everyone was there. They're right around the corner from you. That's crazy, though, that they came up with this movie in 2010, and it took 14 years to make it and release it. Until the point where the writers, the directors, and all the actors completely changed about 3 or 4 times. That's Hollywood, baby! I guess. Who's this guy that you like? Andrew Santino. He was in Dave, Beef, Me Time. He does stand-up comedy. He was in This Is Us, House Party. That's about it. He looks like he started as a stand-up comedian. Okay. Well, that came out of nowhere. Wah, 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 wah. I'm glad I clicked on it. Now I know things. It's Max Schmefron. Zac Efron's an attractive dude. I don't know what you're talking about. One of your tags should be handsome. Is it because everything I'm watching is just full of handsome people tonight? With the exception of John Cena, who was playing a character that was an absolute trash bag. That wasn't meant to be a pun about the fact that he actually is carrying his clothes in a trash bag when you see him at the airport. I'll never get used to Zac Efron's new face. Did Zac Efron get plastic surgery? Oh, I hope he didn't. It always bothers me when people get plastic surgery because it's always kind of uncanny when you look at them and they don't quite look how they're supposed to. It kind of trips your brain up a little bit. I think my only problem with the concept is that it sounds like a fine concept for an R-rated comedy. It's just that I just don't like the main characters. This concept of like a bunch of dudes making up this fake character so they can lie to their wives and have bro time, like, ew. I hate that shit. It's because you're extremely handsome, no homo? Don't you mean it's because you're extremely handsome, no hetero? Oh my god, wait. Joan Rivers had a lot of plastic surgery? She said she was worried God wouldn't recognize her when she died and went to heaven. I mean, lucky for her, there is no heaven, and when she dies, she's just basically a bunch of rotting particles in the dirt. So that's the plus side of that. Also, the funny thing about Joan Rivers' plastic surgery is that she always looked like Joan Rivers, no matter how much plastic surgery she got. Like, she never didn't look like Joan Rivers to me. She could do anything to her face, and it's like, yep, Joan Rivers. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Amazon Prime, this entire time, have been producing a remake of Roadhouse, the old Patrick Swayze action movie from the 80s. Any young people nowadays that didn't know what Roadhouse was, they now do from Family Guy. There was a one whole episode dedicated to Peter's obsession with Roadhouse, and he goes around Roundhouse kicking everybody after watching the movie. They remade it, and it's got Jake Gyllenhaal in it for some reason, which is not what I would expect for a first choice of who to replace Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. You have no idea what Roadhouse is? Jay, Roadhouse is a classic. My guy. Absolutely classic 80s film. 1989. Roadhouse. Yeah. This movie. Patrick Swayze basically plays a bouncer at a very rough and tumble roadhouse bar in a country town. And he's basically what's the word? He's a kickboxing badass. So anytime that there's trouble at this roadhouse bar, he basically like roundhouse kicks everyone, you know, in the face, over the pool tables, through the wall. Like it's kind of a small town drama crossed with like a 1980s action movie. There's a lot of him getting into kickboxy punch-ups with a bunch of bikers and thugs that are making trouble in the bar. Can make it into a video game. It basically is a video game. A lot of 80s movies are basically video games, though. Like, look at Arnold Schwarzenegger movies like Commando. It's just the entire plot of Commando is a thinly veiled excuse for Arnie to walk around with a machine gun and shoot 10,000 people, none of which can shoot him back, even though they're all shooting at him. 10,000 guns firing 100,000 bullets back at him while he just stands still, shooting his machine gun, and no one can hit him. It's a total video game. Through and through. But anyway, there's a reboot now with Jake Gyllenhaal, so I'm going to watch that. Because I haven't looked at it yet.
Before we start, do you have insurance?
What?
Your coverage good? Like, you have dental?
Oh, haha.
Is there a hospital nearby? Is it, like, too far?
About like 25 minutes, I'd say.
Talking it up.
I just slapped you. Are you alright?
What?
He's just slapping everybody. Oh shit, that was heavy.
Fight. You ever win?
No one ever wins a fight.
He's your Brokeback boy. That was a good movie. Brokeback Mountain is a very good movie. Oh, he's a former UFC fighter in this one.
I'll move it.
A friend of mine suggested I come talk to you. I own a roadhouse out in the Florida Keys.
Sweet.
Lately, it's been attracting the wrong clientele. I can pay you good money. Judging by your car, you need that.
Well, I like my car.
Think about it.
Jake's fairly fit in this movie. You see him shirtless then?
Elwood Dalton, big fan, man.
Man's cut up. Look at that.
This guy's got a knife under his shirt. You just take a big step back and pop me in the face. You can do it. Tell me about the bouncing.
Very quickly taught that kid how to fight.
But then he'll haul off. Really interesting guy overall.
I know that actor from. Oh wow. He's got those side abs.
I should warn you, people have a certain way of getting things done around here.
Oh shit. Oh, it's what's his name? The Irish MMA fighter.
I got a tip for you. Don't let no one get this close.
Holy shit.
Let me guess. Threaten me. Tell me to get out of town.
I get the impression that you can't be threatened.
It's really escalated quickly.
Once Knox is on the job, it's over, baby.
I don't know about his acting.
There's a lot to get me angry, but when I am, I just can't let go.
I don't know about the dialogue in this movie. There's lots of punching, lots of shirtless though.
A little aggressive around here.
Holy shit. It actually turns into an MMA ground game at the end.
Broke his arm.
It's got some cum gutters. Yeah, they're so defined, they're wrapping around the sides of his body. He's got those rib muscles. Well, there's a movie for you to look forward to, Jay. You may not have seen the original Roadhouse, but they've got Gyllenhaal packing meat. Oh, that's right, Conor McGregor. I don't know, Conor McGregor was kind of coming off as a little bit lame with his tough guy one-liners and his mugging. He was really mugging for the camera. There was some scenery chewing going on there. You watch My Fair Lady? It's been so long since I've seen that, I have actually completely forgotten that movie in its entirety. It's all left my brain. You asked her husband if he was going to join you, and he said, "Do I look homosexual to you?" She just said yes. Pucker up, big boy. Get your popcorn. I find it weird when people are like that about movies. It doesn't matter what the movie's about. Like, no movie is made for men or made for women or made for straights or homosexuals. They're just movies about things. I've seen some great movies about homosexual LGBT issues or characters. Has nothing to do with me. Like, nobody in the film is specifically relatable to me in that way. But as a story about characters going through something, it's, you know, it's a movie. Like, there is no criteria for what movies you're supposed to or you're allowed to watch or not watch. He's well endowed to be tempted. Although it is the brother-in-law, though. That could get messy. It was just being funny. Oh, that's fair enough. If he's just joking around, yeah, fair. It's hard to tell tone in text. But, like, but people do that for serious, though. Like, there are plenty of guys that, like, they won't go to a rom-com or to a musical because they legitimately feel that way. Like, I'm a dude. Why would I go to a chick flick? Do I look gay? Like, that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, shut up, man. Some of the best movies I've ever seen in musicals. Play that shit with me. He's not like that? Oh, that's good. Yeah, if he's just playing around, that's fine. I've just met too many people that are actually really like that. Like, in a serious way. I actually think that way. It's kind of toxic. I think that's a pretty good example. That's a pretty good red flag for toxic masculinity. When people actually think that way. Gross. Okay. Na 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 na. Mama na 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 na. Constellation. Apple TV Plus. Don't know what this is. Hang on, let me look. Apple TV does a pretty damn good job of funding some pretty impressive projects. They put some shockingly decent money behind their productions. It's always worth checking out what they're doing. A catastrophe in space, madness on Earth. Oh, it's science fiction. I should have been able to predict that from the name Constellation, actually. Of course it is. Stop playing. Stop. Ripley, official teaser Netflix 10 days ago. How to Talk to Girls at Parties 5 years ago. Oh, I remember that. That was a weird movie. I'm getting distracted. Hang on. Alright. Let's see what this is. Next week we could watch UFC instead. No, watch the reboot to Roadhouse. Then you all get something out of it.
I miss you so much.
I miss you too, Mama. Will you be careful out there?
No.
Always.
Something has to go wrong for there to be drama. There it is. Is that Naomi Rapace? Naomi Rapace?
I'm very happy to be back home.
I think it is. I haven't seen her in a minute.
But things are different. I have a piano in my house. And I don't play the piano.
What?
Do you have hallucinations?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Astronauts go through things they don't understand. That's when people come unstuck.
When I was up there,
Okay.
the only thing I could focus on was getting back to my daughter.
So it's about astronauts going crazy from the isolation.
That was you and me right before the accident.
That was not me.
Uh-oh.
Mama?
Where is she?
What the fuck is happening?
You!
I invented a machine we took into space, and I saw something. But it seems like it doesn't want to be seen.
Ooh, this is intriguing.
People see things up there.
I don't really have any theories about what's
when
happening
they get
here.
Back, they go crazy.
Except for the fact that she actually might be crazy.
This isn't madness. You need to help me. I need to go back to her.
What the fuck?
Do I seem the same to you?
I just don't feel like you're my mom.
Maybe she never made it back. Okay, alternate theories aside from her being crazy. She never made it back, and the her after the crash, after she escapes from the space station, is not her. The original one actually died in the incident, and some alien entity or force, some interdimensional thing, has like recreated her. But there's problems mentally. Like, she doesn't remember certain chunks of her personality. The clone is not perfect. So she doesn't remember that she had a piano and can play music. Or she has different memories about her daughter that don't match up with what she remembers hearing or seeing on the space station. It's all fuckery. Other option. Here's another one. Another possibility. The Earth she lands on after the catastrophe is not her Earth. Maybe something that happened during the space station explosion and the shuttle crash. She landed on like an alternate dimension Earth, where the version of her from that dimension was slightly different. Like maybe she was a musician and played the piano. Maybe she had a different relationship with her daughter, and they have different memories of things she said to each other. So the version of her that's meant to be there is now in her reality, and she's in another version of her's reality, where things don't quite line up, and it's confusing her. Those are my two most elaborate theories that aren't just her being crazy from space isolation, which is a good theme because that is actually something that astronauts do go through. That's a real thing. That was cool. I told you Apple TV puts out some good shit. It always looks legit. They've always got good actors. I'm curious about this other Netflix one, Ripley. It looks like it's black and white. This teaser was from 5 days ago. Parallel universe, string theory, quantum mechanics stuff. Yeah, that's one of my main theories, I think. There was some suggestions of seeing something that doesn't want to be seen. That was one of the lines of dialogue that guy said, which is why I'm thinking that maybe there might be an alien force that's like recreated her, but imperfectly. That's why that's my other theory. I'm going to see what this black and white Netflix thing is. Who is Tom Ripley? A new limited series called Ripley. That's all the description. Stars Andrew Scott. Okay, who's that? Oh, this is gonna have cinematography.
Very hard, man.
Look at this.
Fun. No address, phone, office.
Tom. Where's Tom?
This looks crisp.
Tom Ripley.
Tom Ripley.
Thomas Ripley.
I like the name.
Could this be a TV show remake of Talented Mr. Ripley, maybe? I know her.
Tom what?
Ripley.
Why is this making me feel really uneasy? Is Tom Ripley a serial killer? What the fuck did we just watch? Who the hell is Tom Ripley? You have to pop yourself in bed very soon? You have to get up early? Yeah, that's some of the reasons why Sham hasn't been hanging out as regularly, especially on Sunday streams. He does do early work. Oh my god, it is the Talented Mr. Ripley. A fictional character in the Ripley series of crime novels. So maybe they're doing a televised series adaptation of some of the other Ripley novels that's separate from the movie with Matt Damon. Career criminal, con artist, and serial killer. Hold up. Always gets away with his crimes. He's always perilously close to getting caught or killed, but ultimately escapes danger. That sounds about right. Interesting concept, though. Technically a bad character, but one that you root for just because of the complexity of what they're trying to get away with, and ultimately they always do. How many books were there? He was introduced in The Talented Mr. Ripley, 1955. That was the first book. That included his backstory. Then there was a book called Ripley Underground. Then there was Ripley's Game. Now we're in the 1970s. In the 1980s, we've got The Boy Who Followed Ripley. And then in 1991, we got Ripley Underwater. So these books have been kicking for decades. You're going on a trip with a friend to the hills. You're going hiking? Amoral con artist and serial killer. I wonder if they're ever going to catch... Are they ever going to write a book where they finally catch or kill him? Doesn't seem to suggest it. The books never actually ended. No hiking? Going to a breakfast and then shopping. Oh, okay. When you said hills, I thought maybe you meant hiking. Apparently, he's appeared in movies before the Matt Damon performance. There was an original adaptation of the Talented Mr. Ripley book, but filmed as a movie called Purple Noon in 1960, with an actor named Elaine Delon as Ripley. I don't know why they changed the name to Purple Moon. It doesn't say. I wonder if they would have changed the story in the original, in the Purple Moon film, because that's an older film. That's 1960s. Maybe people wouldn't have liked a serial killer getting away with it in those days. Here's the end of the movie. Plot. Police inspector in Rome has been watching Tom Ripley, jumps into action and goes into the cafe where he has the waitress tell Tom, who is lounging in the sun, there's a phone call. He smirks smugly and unsuspectingly walks into a trap. So it looks like in Purple Moon they changed the story so he actually does get caught at the end. But then when they made the Matt Damon version, they probably stuck to the original book. Yeah, that's right. Okay, the Matt Damon version, he does survive and gets away with it. Leonardo DiCaprio was supposed to play the Tom Ripley role, and he declined, and that's the only reason Matt Damon got it. That's crazy. I reckon Leonardo would have been really good in that. I think he fucked up. Mummy doesn't do hiking. Yeah, hiking sucks. I don't do hiking. Too much nature. Not my thing. Lame. Bloop. Let's see. I wasn't expecting that to be about Tom Ripley. That was a big surprise. Let's have a look at what I've got left. Bubba-dubba-dub. Bubba-dubba-dub. What's your favorite genre of games, Jay? Like, however you'd best describe them. Like simulators, RPGs, first-person shooters, puzzle games, online competitive stuff. It's racing games. It's sports games. It's MMOs. You find simulators boring? I actually don't mind simulators. It depends on what you mean by a simulator. If it's like Formula One Manager 2023 or something, where it's simulating the job of being a manager for a Formula One team, then no, I'm not about that. I like simulators like things that mimic real life jobs, like Power Wash Simulator, where you're hosing mud off vans and stuff. That's really fun. Or if you're doing house flipper style stuff. You know what I mean? You like Tomb Raider? Puzzle and adventure games. Oh, so you like action adventure. Games like Tomb Raider or Uncharted, things that are like very cinematic and story driven with exploration, action, and puzzle solving are generally just called action adventure. House Flipper? No, House Flipper. You never heard of House Flipper? Damn, dude. House Flipper is a pretty famous one. It's probably one of the most well-known simulator games out there. You know, like house flippers in real life? I said house flipper, like flip. In real life, a house flipper is someone who buys a house for cheap that's in a state of disrepair. They spend within a certain budget repairing it, like actually repairing the rooms, repainting it, furniturizing it, whatever, with the attempt at selling it at profit. The game is how cheap can you buy a piece of shit, and how well can you control the budget of turning it into something good so that when you sell it, you make more money than what it costs you to fix it. Like, that is the talent behind house flipping. Because you can put yourself in a hole if you don't know how to do it. That house flipper game is super popular on Steam. There's a sequel now as well. It just came out like a couple of weeks ago, I think. I've been seeing like new Let's Plays of the sequel popping up on my related feeds. Here, I'll show you. Hold up. Hey, wait, here's the trailer for the sequel. There's something satisfying about games like this. It just feels cathartic. It feels fun. It's strangely satisfying to go through the process of like fixing things. Almost like a similar catharsis to solving puzzles in a puzzle game. I think it's the best description.
Welcome to House Flipper 2, an exciting
Hello.
simulator experience.
Oh yes, quite.
In the main
Oh, look at that
menu,
wood
you
paneling.
can choose to play in sandbox mode, where you can build any house you want, design quests
Oh, wow.
for your friends,
I didn't know it had
and
that.
share your creations
That's pretty cool.
through mod.io. Or immerse yourself in a
Oh my
story
God, look, he's
in
actually
which you
building for
become a
reals.
house flipper.
You are already dealing with my stuff. Maybe you could do the cleaning as well?
This is the part that I find fun. This stuff. Actually
You wake
working
up
on the
in
house.
Pinacove, a small town you spend your childhood in.
Oh yeah, it is very
and
creative.
You know it's a great.
You get, even though if you're playing like the career mode, where there's actual like specific houses with specific problems that you have to fix and solve, you get given full creative control on how you do it. So, if you need to fix a certain problem, fixing it's usually straightforward, but then what you replace it with, like how you wallpaper the walls, what carpets you choose, what kind of furniture you put in, and where you put it, like it's usually fully up to you to make it look however you want to make it look. And then they tally the actual value of the house by what you've put in there.
Place to find a house to flip. When the story begins, you've just moved back into a lovely house your parents left for you in the suburbs. You've recently reached out to your old friend Tom Marino, who happens to be a real estate agent working in Pinacove. He knows everything
Hey,
about
Tom,
what's
I
going
would
on
like
in
to
town,
flip a house, please.
and he's happy to share that knowledge with you, as well as help you
Oh, there's
find
dialogue.
job opportunities in the house flipping business.
That's more than the first game had.
You missed your old friend.
Dialogue options.
But I totally get why you wanted to come back.
With each passing day, your skills will improve and
You're taking
you'll
out the
get better
wall.
tools and new abilities. Soon, you'll be able to transform every humble house into an interior design masterpiece.
Oh my God, the
With
painting looks so
dedication
satisfying.
and willingness to learn, you'll master the art of renovation in no time. As you become a
The graphics look
specialist,
really
your
good.
unique skills will be in high
The
demand.
graphics
in
have taken a
Pinacove.
massive step up from the first
Expect to
game.
receive many emails from townsfolk asking for help with any problem they have with their houses.
Ooh, modern. Very
Your
postmodern.
job's pretty straightforward. Install the windows
There's
and
been a
take care
raccoon
of
in
2
here.
unfinished rooms.
Pinacove is a small tourist town that grew in place of a fishing village dating back to the 18th century. In the early 20th
Game's
century,
adorable.
a large group of Italians settled there and came up with the name Pinacove, which refers both to the town and the bay that
You get games
surrounds
like
it.
this that get very specific
Let's
as
look at
well.
the map.
Like there's a train
In the
station
game,
simulator
you'll
game
be
as well,
renovating houses in
where
3
your entire job
regions.
is just to renovate
Pinacove
train
suburbs,
stations and fix the
Crayfish
lines
Coast, and
clean up
Coralwood
and stuff.
Forest. As the town grew and became more popular with tourists, Pinacove residents moved further away from the center and built a peaceful,
Oh, cool.
family-oriented neighborhood in the suburbs.
There was a
And
indie
since the
band playing out of that
visitors and
garage.
newcomers preferred to find accommodations in the nearby forest or Pinacove coastline, the suburbs are
I wonder if
mostly
this is
left to
early access
generational
or if it's actually
residents.
fully out.
Crayfish Coast is famous for its stilt
So I really don't
houses
like
and
early
charming
access.
cottages. It's a perfect place
Trying to avoid
for
it.
tourists to find a cozy rental or entertainment at the local businesses. One of the oldest summer houses in Pinacove, named Driftwood House, also stands here. Your superb renovation skills could prove handy in bringing it back to its former glory. Coralwood Forest is a beautiful place to visit. It is
Beautiful
a peaceful
place.
beach and spruce forests with traces of a timber
These
industry
games feel
once
very
operating
American,
there,
but
and a steady stream
almost
running
all
down
games
from
like
the
this are made by
mountains.
Europeans. I mean, you can
Houses
tell
in
from the
this
voice acting
area
in the
are
game and the guy
scattered between
talking in
trees
this
and fall
trailer
into 2 categories.
that it's European.
Old ones from before the establishment of the nature reserve protecting the orchids, and modern ones designed and built in harmony with nature by Asenso.
I don't like the grass on the
House Flipper 2
balcony.
is
That's a bit much.
simulation game, but doesn't shy away from also telling unique stories. During the gameplay, you'll meet clients with specific problems you can find solutions for. Daily house renovations will be your bread and butter, and as you gain experience, using your tools will become
Ooh,
more efficient.
I like that.
From now on, renovating and
Ooh.
selling houses or even
I love
building
modern
new
renovations.
ones in sandbox
Looks so
mode
classy.
will be more enjoyable than ever. It's time to take on new challenges and become a house flipper.
I want to become a house flipper. I'm gonna do it.
Let me, please. Frozen District, is that the company that makes it? Never actually looked into who makes the House Flipper games. Look, the very first related video is a YouTuber's House Flipper 2 video. Cleaning a nasty mansion. YouTuber mansion. Cool. That was more of a description of how the game works than like a trailer. Let's see if it's still in early access. Hang on. Flipper 2. Steam. I think I've already wishlisted it. No, I think it's out. It normally says early access right at the top here. Okay, cool. I guess it's done. It is fully playable. Start to finish. Nice. If only I was rich. Oh my god, it's $60. Are you fucking kidding me? Damn. Alright. I wish I was a rich boy. Heading to bed. Have fun on your trip to the hills tomorrow. Have fun on your hiking trip. I'm just trolling now. My bad. What time is it on my end? 11:15 p.m. I could go for a little longer, I think. Maybe just a touch. Maybe just an itty bitty. Itty bitty longer. Oh my god. Since you made me click on examples of simulator games, it's now starting to... I'm starting to be sent related links to simulator stuff I've never even heard of. For example, the first one at the top of my screen says Taxi Life City Driving Simulator. What the fuck? Oh, and it's on PS5 as well. It's not even a Steam game. Wait, if it's on PS5, that means it must be legit. Okay, wait, Nick, they've kind of got my attention. Hang on a sec. He has my intrigue. That sounds horrific. Yeah, the second it said City Driving Simulator, I was like, oh no. But the idea of like a taxi driving simulator, if it's like, if they find a way to actually make it fun, it's not so bad. That could be kind of cool. Good night. Welcome to Barcelona. Okay, that's the rub. It's a taxi driver in Barcelona. If it was New York, that would be mortifying. But look at this. Barcelona is gorgeous. You can play it so simulatory that you actually have to work the clutch. Interact with your clients. Oh, you actually have to talk to your clients and make small talk? It's so funny. Customize your taxi. Can I put a screen in the back seat so I can put on movies for my my customers? I'm kind of sold, I'm not gonna lie. The Barcelona thing helps a lot. But it also seems to be really classy, the way they've realized it. The car is kind of fancy on the inside. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy Barcelona. I'm pretty confident that they've got something there because normally these types of things don't go to console. So the fact that PS5 snapped it up means it's doing better than others. Only other games I can think of was House Flipper 1 and Power Wash Simulator because they were Square Enix publishing that. There's another 100,000 of these on Steam that don't get that kind of love. Oh, it's on Xbox as well. There's a pre-order trailer from 2 weeks ago. Okay. Hey, I'd play it. All I hope from games like this is that they have some kind of structure to them. I want to feel like I'm working towards something, not like I'm just doing dumb shit and wasting time. This guy says this should have VR support, make it happen. Normally, most of these games don't. I know Power Wash now has VR. Cooking Simulator now has a VR version. There is a House Flipper VR, which is not a mode for the main game, but they made like a full spin-off game that you have to buy separately. That's basically House Flipper 1 in VR. But I heard it's kind of jank. It doesn't really work that well. But a lot of these games would all work better in VR, conceptually. Like driving a taxi around town in VR. Sweet. Love it. A game based on Barcelona? Yeah, people are really thrown by the Barcelona thing. That was a great idea. It did look amazing. Wait, Sega Dreamcast what? Getting Crazy Taxi nostalgic memories from the Sega Dreamcast. If this guy thinks it's going to be like Crazy Taxi, he's going to be very disappointed. They made that Yakuza 5 side activity into a whole game. I never got a chance to play 5. I got up to 4. Now I know that there's a taxi driving minigame in that. Dope. Bleep. Alright, what else? Anything interesting? Helldivers 2 got their launch trailer. I guess that means the game's out, because that was about a week ago. I mean, that looked okay. I'm still a bit thrown by them changing the genre from the first game, but it looks cool. I'll check out their launch trailer. Why not? Get up in there. Unfortunately, we've seen 2 other trailers for this before, and I feel like all the trailers for this game kind of blend together a bit.
Keeping managed democracy safe with the lives of our heroes, protecting freedom from tyranny with the gentle
I do love the
touch of an
Starship
iron
Troopers-esque
fist.
tongue-in-cheek presentation.
But liberty's enemies march
That
ever
fits
closer.
Helldivers really well.
Together, we must take back control of freedom.
Yeah.
Together for managed democracy.
Hell yeah.
Together for victory.
Hell yeah.
Together for liberty.
Together
That guy's
for
dead.
liberty.
Together, they fight for
At least he was for liberty before he died.
Will you?
The song choice, though. They have a great sense of humor about their game.
Galaxy's elite fighting force.
Hopefully it still has friendly fire, because that was what was hilarious about the first game.
Work together to protect your future.
So you're also versing other forces with their own tanks? I thought the first Helldivers had mostly alien type stuff.
Dispense
Like bugs and
peace
things.
with the ultimate weaponry.
I might be remembering it wrong. You could still go prone, that's good. That was very important in the isometric game. Because there was no way to shoot over or around your friend unless they laid down.
Become a legend.
This looks good. I think I did a good job. I gotta get over the bias of having played the first game and not understanding the genre change thing. That's all on me. That's not fair on them. The trailer is really selling it hard. Like, I can't... If I take away my personal biases, there's nothing that I can see in that that's... That's a downside. There's nothing I can be cynical about. One Punch Man World official warm-up trailer. What does that mean? Is that about to come out? Is that what they mean by warm-up trailer? Get you all teased and ready for the main event? Let's see. Well, it's One Punch Man. It is what it said on the tin. T3 Studio.
この緊張感は久しく忘れていた。この戦いの高揚感はこれこそが俺の求めていた。
I don't know how to feel about this One Punch Man game. The last time they showed us gameplay footage of this, he was not one punch killing enemies. And that was very disappointing. I understand if you're playing as any of these other main characters, having to like actually put in effort and chip away at health bars and stuff. But like honestly, if you're playing as One Punch Man and there's literally anything that survives a single punch, it's like you've kind of killed the thing that was cool about this. Relive iconic fights and stories from a brand new perspective. Maybe you don't play as One Punch Man. Like, this is the story of the anime, but from everyone else's perspective but the main character. Because we didn't know how to make a game where every enemy dies in one punch. But that's all I want. I want a real One Punch Man game where everybody explodes in a single punch. And you're just running through hordes of enemies, just like one-timing everything. Like, as if that's not going to be the most fun, like, power fantasy kind of thrill ride of a game. I don't even care if there's no challenge. Like, screw the challenge. Make it just a gimmick game. I'm down for that. Okay. I'll work together. There's something I saw here that took my... There it is. This caught my attention before when we were watching that other trailer. Rattenreich. Cinematic teaser for Rattenreich, a real-time strategy game where you fight to survive in a war between rats, mice, roaches, and lizards. So it's World War II-esque fascism if everyone was anthropomorphic vermin. It's actually kind of dope. Wait. You kind of got me. I like your concept. Please proceed. Also, Unreal Engine. Neat. I feel like I've seen or heard of this before. Something about this is ringing a bell.
This is a holy war for our alliance. We have been through the toughest ordeal. But still, there are many months of suffering and struggle ahead. Our lives.
Oh, that's a rat for sure.
Our legacy.
That's a Nazi rat.
The existence of our empire.
Cool faceplate.
Depend on this might.
Oh, I do know this. I remember this thumbnail with the sexy lady rat. Summer of Gaming 2022. That's when we first heard about this. We definitely streamed that like 2 years ago. So why the fresh cinematic teaser trailer? Are they getting close to releasing? Is that the deal? Gameplay trailer. This is... Wait, let me quickly remind myself. Oh, okay, so it's an isometric XCOM-y kind of thing. But real time. Pretty sure this is exactly the trailer we watched in 2022 on Summer of Gaming. Yeah, top-down, real-time.
Something that has to be done.
Oh, and you can go to first person, pull the trigger yourself. I don't remember any of this. God damn. There's the sexy lady rat with the Lara Croft ponytail. Rule 34 that. I'm sure that's selling some tickets. Okay. Interesting. What else is something we know that's got new? Tekken. There has been 600 trailers for Tekken 8. But they seem to have released a live action trailer, which is intriguing, so I want to see that. Mortal Kombat had a live action trailer as well, but it was a little cheesy. So it's not too hard to beat them at that game if you just put a little bit of effort.
Peggy 16.
Peggy 16. Where are they going with this? Oh, they touched heads. They're married now. Wait, what? That was weird. Alright, what's going on? Oh, is everyone like squaring up on each other? Yeah, I think that's the concept. Everyone in the city is now squaring up on each other. It's like, it's Tekken time, baby. It's kind of weird. I understand what they're going for, but... meh. I think the Mortal Kombat live action trailer was essentially the exact same thing, except better. Because that joke made more sense. It was more like, who's next? Everyone was lining up to be next to fight. This is doing some weird thing about squaring up, where everyone's putting their forwards together, and I think that's a little bit more bizarre. See, just fucking show the game. Like, this is fine. It's just, they've made like 600 of these trailers already, including ones like for each character. I just don't really get into one-on-one fighters much anymore. When I was a kid in the arcade, they were kind of a thing, except I gravitated towards the Mortal Kombat booth. Never really got into Tekken or Virtua Fighter. They were the ones I saw other people playing it in the arcade, and I was like, eh. I didn't mind Street Fighter. That was the one that I thought was like the most popular and the most famous, and I just preferred Mortal Kombat. Everything else I was kind of like, whatever. And then Tekken came along in the PlayStation era. No, sorry. Dead or Alive came along in the console era, around Dreamcast, I think. And then that became one of my new big favorites. Like, I was all about just Mortal Kombat up to that point, and then I was like, ooh, okay. Dead or Alive and Mortal Kombat are kind of neck and neck. Except one is ultra violence, one is ultra sex. It's kind of the only way you can really differentiate the two. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a big, not a big thumbs down. I'm gonna give that a vanilla thumbs down. Because they basically just did Mortal Kombat's concept, but in a weirder, less sensical way. I really prefer Mortal Kombat's live action trailer, and even then I thought that was a bit corny. Sorry, Tekken. I'm sure the game is great, though. I think it's out now. Everyone's been playing it, right? I heard good things. Decent reviews I've seen. Prison Architect 2. Out of everything that just popped up in front of me, I was not expecting a Prison Architect 2. Now I'm intrigued. Are we going 3D? Oh, hell yeah, we're going 3D. I guess that's the natural progression for the series. The graphics in the first one were hella basic. And I did play that on Steam. I put a fair few hours into it. Okay, now. Is this just conceptual, or I want to know what the game actually looks like? definitely lost a prisoner during the graphics transfer. Oh no, it's fine. Oh, that's what the game looks like. That makes more sense. Yeah, this is cool. I like it. It has that kind of look to its own. Just like how the first 2D one did. The 2D one had a unique look, and even in 3D, this one still kind of has its own vibe to it. I feel like I don't play enough of those kinds of simulator games anymore. But I love them. There's a comfort food aspect to it. If you know what I mean. Oh my god, I keep finding things through related videos that intrigue me. Like, I wasn't expecting a Prison Architect 2, nor was I expecting a Frostpunk 2. And they've already got an official gameplay trailer out. It was about a week ago. Manor Lords release date announcement trailer. What was Manor Lords? Okay, I'll bite with a few of these. Oh my god, even the Halo series has had a Season 2 trailer. I didn't watch the first season because there were things about it that rubbed me up the wrong way. Official Elseworlds overview? Suicide Squad? Okay, fine. Fine, Halo. I didn't watch the first season, but I'm curious as to what you've got going on. Alright, Frostpunk. By union, the smallest states thrive.
Honorable Steward.
By discord, the greatest are destroyed.
Honorable Steward.
Nice roast to Discord there.
Steward.
I know that's not what they were referring to. I'm just fucking around. Wow.
Do you hear us? Steward, are you
Frostpunk really branched out. The first one was kind of nestled inside that like volcanic mountain thing, right?
The world clean. Let's take it back. But how? The steward will
This is on Game Pass actually. I should play
Steward,
this.
Build us a better
Not the second one. I mean the first one.
for everyone. Steward, we still lack
It's essentially a town builder where it's you versus the elements. Can you keep your people from starving and freezing to death?
They treat us like animals, left to suffocate. We need a place to work.
Who else will feed our families?
Steward, Smaller will kill her.
I heard there's kind of an ethical element to the first game.
Are the horns you've promised?
Can we all receive equal rations?
Like, people constantly ask for better living conditions in ways that conflict with things that you need to be doing, or that other characters need, and you have to like dig deep and make some hard choices. I think it's also the kind of town builder where failure is inevitable. It's about how far you get in keeping like a civilization intact.
What? Impossible. Steward, did you hear that?
So they can vote for laws?
That's
cool. Civil war? It's pretty hard to run a civilization when the civilization is frothing to tear itself apart from within. Working against its own self-interest. Hands down, one of my favorite city builders. Great vibe, that borderlines horror. It does kind of give off an intensity that reminds me of horror and thriller themed things. Love the last game, and even this trailer stressed me out. It's a good trailer. It's the kind of trailer, though, that you can tell was designed for people who know the game. Like, this trailer was designed to invoke elements of the first game. Like, you're supposed to know what's being about the mechanics and the ways the game works that are being referred to, so you can kind of see how they've been iterated on. Hey, there's a new trailer for Alone in the Dark. There's been a few too many specials on that game. I got a bit tired of seeing it, so I stopped clicking on stuff to do with that. What is this one? Official welcome to Dercito trailer. Okay, fine.
Have you found anything strange going on here?
Yes. Oh, nailed it.
Uncle?
I constantly seem to be alone in the dark. See? Look at the title.
The graphics are getting worse
Did
with
you
every
bring
trailer
a
they
gun?
release.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just a shitty
You'll
video
actually
render.
come to that.
Welcome to Desetto, Detective. Now what
Oh,
can I do?
Desetto is a manor?
Everyone is being incredibly evasive, and I can't figure out why.
I mean, something you can't.
Because we are in a horror game, lass.
Paranormal even.
And we're the main characters.
Detective, I really need you to get yourself together. I can't do this alone.
What's she got on her back? She has a tube. There's her poster collection.
Emily's here.
Maybe she's collecting those drawings in the tube on her back.
The doctor may be all about science, but I know these roots have power. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm sure you have a whole file on me by now, Detective.
Who is it?
There's a lot of smoking characters in this game, but it is accurate to the time period. But it seems to be all the female characters mainly that they've shown anyway,
What's going on here?
including the main
Look at
character.
this mess.
I'm sorry. This place, there are some very disturbed figures around here. And I don't think it's just the patients. I've been reading some things about how Dercetto has a deranging effect on people.
Are you ready to tell me why you are here, Miss Hartwood? And
This
why
guy
you
looks
brought
sinister
the
as hell.
I want you to know I'm here to help.
The two main characters are obviously modeled off the actors that are playing them, like David Arbor.
She'll come and turn
But
the world inside out.
Characters like that
Things
dude,
will begin again.
that sinister dude we just saw, he just looks like a completely made from the ground up video game villain. Like, it doesn't look like someone who exists in real life. I'm gonna feel really bad if it turns out that's a real actor that they just scanned. Harsh. Okay, well, as I expected, it's just more Alone in the Dark. There's nothing new. The problem with this game is it looks great. It looks like something I'd want to play. I love the Alone in the Dark franchise. Everything they've shown looks fine. It's just that it ran out of things to show very quickly. So every time we see a trailer, it looks like we're just seeing the same shit. For a game that's called Alone in the Dark, there sure are a lot of lights on. I wonder if the darkness will actually play into the game's mechanics at any point. Or if at this point it's just by name only. Gives Western LA Noir vibes. Yeah, I love the idea of a Western / LA Noir, or just noir-ish vibe, but in horror. That's really cool. Oh, was that running on the Switch? Launching on PlayStation 5, Series X, and PC. Oh. Someone in the comments, I think they were just making fun of the graphics, saying it was Switch quality graphics. I think maybe that was just IGN's upload. It was looking a little pixely. I don't know what the hell that was about. Whatever. I'll probably end up playing Alone in the Dark. Anyway, I've played like all the others, including the reboot before the reboot that was on Dreamcast. New Nightmare. I've been all over it. I've been all over it, son. Alright, enough Alone in the Dark. Anything else? What's coming up on the side here? This looks like anime waifu stuff. AI Limit. Official gameplay trailer. Okay. I haven't seen any waifu tonight yet. Hang on. Back it up. Check out the gameplay trailer for the upcoming post-apocalyptic sci-fi action RPG. Okay, dope. With waifus. PlayStation specific project. Maybe an exclusive. Since games.
You've met humans. In the last city of humanity. Heavenswell. Imagine that they once ruled this very world.
Looks cool.
It's a realm surrounded by springs and waterfalls.
It's very
where flowers bloom.
Realistic, gritty 3D environment, but with anime-esque characters, which I've seen a lot of trailers recently for games that are doing this kind of thing. Like Unreal Engine type environment, but full cel-shaded anime character. Wow, that looks cool.
And humans are just sheep to be slaughtered.
This is moving smooth.
Where there's war, there are prophets.
It's a little monochrome, like it's doing that kind of Snydery. Everything is
seeking after
high contrast beige,
memories.
flat colors.
However,
despite the
I'm
full
just
cartoon
a
chick
feeble scholar,
in the center,
while you possess power.
It almost looks like it plays like a fast-paced Souls-like.
While the branch can infinitely reconstruct your physical form,
It sounds like a Souls-like.
it cannot instill hope or faith.
She's a cool character, but I like her look.
Please proceed with courage and caution.
AI
May
limit.
the branch
Or is
guide
it
your path.
is it all limit? Oh no, that's definitely an I. That's cool. It's actually kind of like peaking close to the Nier Automata tier. There's enough going on in that, both graphically, mechanically, and stylistically, that I feel like it's reaching Nier Automata levels of quality. I'm reasonably impressed. Is there a new Nier? Speaking of Nier, holy shit, I name drop Nier and immediately there's a related video. Nier Reincarnation. Official Act 2 The Return trailer. What the hell does that mean? I want to click on it, but I don't know what I'm getting into if I do. Okay. Don't make me regret it. Wait. Large.
あれね、みんなの記録をこっそり見てたんだ。
Original language with
リオン
subtitles.
の旅路
Cool.
からユディルの逃避行まで全部ね。
予備機体の稼働を承認。汚染されたデータの復旧を完了。推
What the
奨
fuck?
早急に
What the fuck?
10H の救出を行うこと。
That looks like one of the droids from Automata.
私たちは
Is this linked to the Automata
友達です。だから
games? I thought Reincarnation would just be a new
ウサギ
Nier.
でもカニでも
The way
神
the
様でも
first
なんでも
Nier
い
and
い
Nier Automata don't really have many connections. Very different time periods. The fuck was that? Oh, these immediately the thumbnails like, hey, remember how Nikkei included Nier characters and everyone jacked off?
前に進みましょう。ここがみんなと見たかった
As it's definitely spinning off from the Automata
地球なんだ
timeline.
から。
What the fuck is this? Free-to-play mobile RPG. Fuck. I got bamboozled again. Should have read that first. Ah, man, that's annoying. I gotta start tripping face first into these. Ick. I gotta put some kind of tag warning out. Like, my browser needs to warn me when it detects tags for free-to-play mobile. So I can avoid this nonsense. Bleeding Love, Vertical Films, a week ago. Ewan McGregor. Okay, I'm gonna tab that. You know what? Fuck tabbing that. Let's actually just jump straight into it. I could go for some Ewan McGregs.
What was your plan?
Hold up. It's not something I've seen, is it? I think it's Vertical just releasing Ewan McGregor art film. That's fine.
What was your plan back there?
Acceptable.
It's like a 14-hour drive to get to Santa Fe.
Jesus Christ, he was off center in that shot.
To be honest, Dad, you're pretty out of shape, though.
What the fuck?
You're pretty out of shape, though.
What was the name of the actress that was in Nice Guys and that perfume ad? Margaret Qualley? Margaret Qualley. This woman, I don't know who she is in this Ewan McGregor trailer, but she looks like Margaret Qualley had a kid with Lady Gaga. And now I can't unsee that.
Are you hungry? A sweet tooth you got from me.
Is that all I got from you? Somebody order a stripper?
Love that lady.
I'll drink a beer.
Oh, hey. Oh, okay, let's go.
No, we're just having a conversation.
Excuse me?
12 hours ago. 12 hours ago, you OD'd.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're getting deep.
Trust me, this path you're on, it's not worth it.
What do you care? You're an addict. Guess who I learned that from?
Learned that. So he's her dad? He seems very young to be that woman's dad.
I just couldn't stop.
I think Ewan McGregor just has a youthful look no matter how old he gets. So it's an indie road trip about a dad trying to help his daughter with her drug problems because he used to have them when he was younger too.
Why would I ever
And
trust you?
Probably just survived.
There for me, Dad.
I'm just trying to find my daughter.
Clara McGregor?
Live your life.
Is he acting alongside his actual daughter?
Greater, something better.
Wait a minute.
Come on.
That just gave this a bit of an edge.
Come on.
Well, that's cute. Anyway. In hopes of reconnecting with his estranged child, a father takes his now adult daughter on a road trip to New Mexico. I knew that. It just says Clara McGregor. It can't be a coincidence that she has the same last name, surely. Seeing Ewan and his daughter acting together invokes something powerful. That's actually, I mean, sometimes you see a trailer or you hear about an indie film that is just so stereotypical indie film looking that it doesn't really spark anything in you. It doesn't really excite you too much to see it. You're like, I'm going to forget this 2 hours from now. But Ewan McGregor acting alongside his own adult daughter as a father-daughter pair, as father-daughter characters, that kind of elevated the whole thing. I feel like they should have milked that more. Like, right somewhere up front, they should have revealed that. Ewan McGregor, and introducing his daughter, Clara McGregor, in sad ODing on the road, father-daughter land, two brothers. And there's a meteor is coming, and the old lady brigade killed them with tomatoes. Or whatever the hell that movie in Rick and Morty was. Two brothers. Someone needs to make a movie out of that. Yeah. A live action film out of that. That would be so sick. Mexican Armada, old lady, two brother squad. Whatever the joke was at the end of that bit. Oh, there's a lot of random shit coming up now. We're really starting to scrape bottom of the barrel. We've got to be careful how deep into this we go. Let me pull back from that a little bit, methinks. How about this? This is not exactly pulling back because it's a Tubi film. But it's called Calamity Jane. And it stars Stephen Amell. So that's enough to pique interest, I guess. A Stephen Amell Wild West thriller. Sounds pretty cool. I don't really trust Tubi, but
Tell me what your name is.
I like seeing Amell on screen.
Imagine a lot comes along with a name like Calamity.
History doesn't remember Jane.
Isn't Calamity Jane an actual historic figure? I've heard the name Calamity Jane before.
Wild Bill. Jack McCall.
Oh, I didn't even recognize Amell for a second there.
Step aside, Deputy. He dies. Here and now.
He'll stand trial.
We'll embark on a quest for revenge. You better build 2 graves.
Build?
One for them and one for yourself.
It's dig 2 graves.
Don't throw
You've
your
ruined the
life away.
trailer.
What life?
Good lord, the voice she puts on
Just more targets.
doesn't feel legit. It feels acty.
You feel that? That cold trickling up your spine? That's death come for you.
Oh my god, it feels like she's doing a Wild West voice.
Destruction, given form and purpose.
She sounds like a child putting on a Wild West voice. It's really cringy me. Everything about this feels really cheap, except for the fact that they've got Stephen Amell there. Calamity Jane. Who is Calamity Jane? That is somebody. I swear to God I've heard that name before. Yes, it was a real figure. Martha Jane Canery, known as Calamity Jane, American frontiersman, sharpshooter, storyteller. In addition to many exploits, she was known for being an acquaintance of Wild Bill Hickok. Late in her life, she appeared in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show and in the 1901 Pan American Exposition. She doesn't look nearly as young and attractive as she does in that trailer in real life. She looks like a bit of a shit kicker. Yep. Oh, yep. That's a shit kicker. That is definitely someone that lived on the frontier. Look at this woman. This is a woman that survived the Wild West. 100%. That makes the trailer for that movie look even worse, though. Hang on a second. Where is she? Really? Give me a good shot of her. Man, she looks like... Come on now. She looks like a modern 20-somethings or even late teens chick. Look at that. That is not someone who survived the Wild West. That's someone who got polio. And then when she does the voice, when she does the gravelly Wild West voice, ew. Good God, okay. They should have made it with someone who actually looked like this. I reckon... Oh, wait. Calamity Jane from Deadwood. I don't know if she was in Deadwood. Yeah, get someone who actually looks like her, like this chick. Well, they nailed it with her. Wow. You could have got someone like Melissa McCarthy and kind of dressed her down and made her look as homely and Wild West and gritty as possible. I reckon she'd destroy a role like that. Yeah, just down and dirty Wild West chick. Doing her best to survive. I reckon Melissa McCarthy would eat that up. Because Melissa McCarthy does, like... If you had only seen her comedies, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about, but... If you've seen her in dramas, in like real movies, you know she could act. And the fun slapstick comedy side of her would probably also enjoy doing a character with that much grit. I feel like she'd put 150% in. This though, no, not this. Not feeling this. Sorry, Calamity Jane. It's just not working out for me. Let's see. I have many tabs open. I don't want to go from disappointment to disappointment, but I think it's time I caught up on the Halo series with the Season 2 trailer. I've seen every trailer for the first season, and I've seen a bunch of clips from it. And I've heard a whole lot of things. And nothing gives me hope that I would enjoy this show. And yet again, I'm about to give it a chance by watching the Season 2 trailer, but I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. Because nothing has ever impressed me when it comes to this stuff. Good way to start a trailer. A shot of the Master Chief with someone playing the kazoo in the background. Great. Sounds like a robot farting. They put somewhat of an effort into the vibe and the cinematography of it, but why is it that nothing about this Halo series has ever sparked joy with me?
Know that I am the instrument of your extinction.
I mean, they've got a vibe going on here. This is not bad. Cool. Are they finally going to pay off the whole Humans vs. Covenant shit? Because I heard in the first season they really did not lean into it at all.
We save what we can.
Look at your faces. I do not see defeat. No!
It's kind of funny that the trailer says look at their faces and it immediately shows Master Chief's face, which is almost them taking the piss.
Alone. We have something the enemy does not. We have heroes.
There's so many shots of him without the helmet on.
They just call it.
See, that action looks okay.
I'll say it was because of me. Because of something I did.
I don't want to be one of those people that's rattled by such a specific game inaccuracy as a character taking their helmet off, but it kills all the mystery and the power of the character when I see that actor. Because then he just becomes some dude. I feel like the Master Chief helmet, the armor, it's a form of it's iconography. It has weight and power behind it. Like, this is dope. But then when I see a shot like this that looks dope, I can't help but think back to all those shots of him standing around with the helmet off, grimacing, and I'm just like, oh, it's just some dude. There's certain characters that they shouldn't just be some dude. Master Chief is one of them. Judge Dredd might be another good example. You do see his lower face, you see his jaw, and his mouth. But still, like, you want him to keep the helmet on because Master Chief. Dredd. I feel like the Doom guy is the same, the Doom Slayer. Like, if you make a actual big budget decent Doom movie, I want that Doom Slayer to be iconic. Other characters should react to it like, oh god, it's the Doom Slayer, and he just says nothing. He just stomps through the room, one-track minded to his next objective, which is murdering some demons, send them back to hell. I can't really put any real dog in this fight though, because I've never given the show a chance. I've never even tried to watch the first season. All I know is the trailers and the clips I've seen, and I'm just not enthralled. But then again, I also lost interest in the Halo franchise just generally over time. I played 4, and I remember very little about it. And then 5 came out, and I was like, I feel like this ended. I feel like this ended around 3. Halo had its time and its place. And we just kind of dragged it out since then. I kind of wish we got a Halo movie or a show much earlier, when it was still hot. They really should have let Neil Blomkamp do that down and dirty version he was going to do. With Peter Jackson's collab. That would have been pretty sweet, I think. Well, that's a different timeline. Somewhere in the multiverse we got that. We're on the bad timeline. Alright, let's do something totally different. That whole Halo series thing depressed me. Manalords. I don't know if this is going to incite joy or depress me further, because I don't really know what Manalords is. Announcing our partnership with Xbox and the fact that it's coming to Game Pass. What the fuck is Manalords again? Why can't I remember?
You have been chosen to
Slavic
govern
magic.
a land of great peril and promise.
Wait, is this a strategy game?
From the scourge of banditry.
I thought it was going to be a simulator, like a life sim.
Threat, an illegitimate baron who claims the northern territories as his own. Will you prove yourself worthy of this honor?
That looks cool, though.
Or will you perish by the traitor's steel?
Coming to PC Game Pass, not the console, because that is for babies. Oh, it is a strategy. Okay. Oh, I like the vibe, though. The graphics and the look. I can see this being comfy. That's an interesting building system. Looks pretty intricate. I like how low-key it is. It's not like building giant cities. It's like just trying to make the small town work of only so many buildings and people. I legitimately thought this was going to be a first-person simulator of you actually trying to live within the medieval times of manors and lordships. Sir, the peasants are revolting. I know, right? They disgust me too. The absolute filth. The smell of horse manure and incest. Let's murder the guy. Look at him go. I do like the PC Game Pass, or Game Pass in general, keeps getting like really interesting titles. Like very varied stuff. Also coming soon to consoles, I was wrong. Twasn't for babies. They were just focusing on PC first. Neat. No, no, no. Frostpunk 2 gameplay. Citadelium. Alexander. Fuck is Alexander? Making of a God 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. India sucks, don't ever come here. Small-brained American. Oh my god. No, I'm not watching that. Ew. Sounds racist as hell. What the... Who is this? Small-brained American. Oh, he might be doing a bit. Like that Ricky Gervais show. Where they send a stupid person to other cultures. For shits and giggles. I'm intrigued by this Alexander TV show or movie by Netflix. Making of a God. Maybe that's an actual historically accurate take on Alexander for a change. Oh, wait. Hang on. A 6-part docudrama that reveals the extraordinary life of Alexander the Great. His radical transformation from warrior prince to a living god. I don't know if the living god thing actually happened. I think maybe you're paraphrasing a little bit. Was he that dope? Hey, Amari. What type of music do you listen to? I don't know, whatever. Literally the last music I listened to was an AI created hip hop beat of SpongeBob and Patrick Star and Squidward basically like rap battling or something. That's the last thing I heard. And that was only like 4 hours ago that I heard that. That's pretty fresh in my brain. That's actually a fad right now. AI created music of SpongeBob characters doing gangster rap. It's legit. It's gone viral. How many hang on, let me see if I can remember. How many wait. That's him, Glorb. This guy on Glorb on YouTube, he's just become like mad viral for making these. He does the instrumentals himself and writes the lyrics, but he just gets AI to do the voices. But they're all fucking SpongeBob, but they're actually good. He only has 500,000 subscribers so far. It's shot up really quick, but his videos all have like 5 million views each. Like, everyone's downloading these songs. They like them so much. Here's an example. Oh, you've heard it? It's not bad. Squidward in particular goes hard as fuck.
What we all got in common when the shit's said and done is a dead fucking road cheddar city that we run.
Goes hard as shit. And nobody knows who Glorb is. Anyway, that's what that is. What's his most viewed video, I wonder? Hold up. Is there a popular section? Nope. Have you heard the actual song on this beat? Very good instrumental. Yeah, I recognize it from somewhere. But when I first heard it, I was like, this seems familiar, but now all I've got is that fucking chorus about that snail, Gary. Gary hit him with the stuck in my head. 1.3, 4.1, 5.2. 5.2 mil, I think, is his biggest. He's only done about 18 of these so far, but this dude's going off right now, and no one knows who he is. They just know him as Glorb. No one knows who the real dude is. Interesting. One day he'll pull some kind of reveal, and it's going to be like someone actually famous, probably. What's the rapper that's on Twitch a lot? Little John? It wasn't Little John. Who was it? Who's the guy that was on the boat with Lonely Island? Fuck. Hold up. I'm on a boat. T-Pain. That's the dude. T-Pain's a Twitch streamer now. He's been doing it for quite a while. He's actually got numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like T-Pain ended up getting revealed to be like that Glorb guy, just fucking making crazy shit on YouTube in secret. Just for shits and giggles. I'm calling it now. It's gonna be something like that. What was I doing? Oh yeah, this Alexander the Great. I'm gonna just give this a chance and see what it's like.
A war is coming.
Doesn't seem like there's any big actors in it, but I don't know why people consider Alexander the Great a god.
So apocalyptic.
Suppose I gotta watch the show to find out.
Split the world in two.
Our king, my father, lies dead, and the hand of Persia is to blame.
I love how in stuff like this, Persia are always the bad guys.
Threaten Persia, and you won't live to try again.
In most historical films like this, Persia are bad guys. But in video games, it's the opposite.
You
are the son of Zeus. Lead your men where Philip never
The son of
could.
Zeus. I don't think
Conquer
that's
Persia and
real.
beyond. It is your destiny.
Are they making like a documentary out of the myth of Alexander, not the reality of Alexander?
Seizes the moment
I guess that's a way about it.
action. You underestimated Alexander.
We are Persians. We do not cower.
Yeah, like in video gaming, we get stuff like Prince of Persia all the time, where
I'm coming for you.
the main character is always
And your
Persian.
throne.
And historical epics are just bad guys.
What Alexander the Great accomplishes, it seems like something out of myth.
Alexander
And
just
yet
seems
he
so
did it.
Aryan.
Alexander
The way they cast him, the blonde hair and the blue eyes.
All time, and traces of the real man are emerging in Alexandria.
Two bitter enemies.
Darius needs to be purged.
I will rip him apart with my own bare hands.
Who will be victorious? Who will prevail?
Okay. I'm a little bit confused of whether we're making a doco about the real Alexander or the myth of Alexander. I guess they're going to combine the vibes of both. It is a doco series where people actually talk to camera. When they talk about the real stuff and when they talk about the fake stuff, they'll probably still go to reenactments of it. Of what that would look like. That's fine. Not really an issue. Don't know if I care enough. Was Alexander, was it, what was the one that Hollywood made a while back? Was that the one with Brad Pitt? I think it had Brad Pitt. Yeah, it was Brad Pitt. He played Alexander in something. Troy? Was the movie called Troy? I don't know. Wait, I can look it up. What am I doing? I've got Google. I've got Google. That's not how you spell Troy. I actually spelled trophy. Yes. Wow, what a memory. 2004. Historical epic. Oh, Brad Pitt wasn't Alexander the Great. He was Achilles. Helen of Troy, Hector, Paris, Orlando Bloom. I don't think Alexander was in this at all. I remembered the movie accurately and the fact that Brad Pitt was in it, but it actually has nothing to do with what I was talking about. It's just a totally different historical figure. Wow, I really fucked that up. That's on me. I'll leave it there. Oh yeah. I still had the Suicide Squad clip open. Oh, it's like 10 minutes, dude. I'm a little tired of seeing Suicide Squad stuff, but okay. Official Elseworlds overview. 5 days ago. It is fresh enough that I know I definitely haven't seen it.
Computer, activate the threat assessment matrix.
There's too much marketing for this game. It's really starting to tire me out.
Alright. Toys, loaded guns.
Harley in Wonder Woman's outfit is so cute, though.
We can work with that.
Hi, I'm Darius Sadigian, studio director at Rocksteady Studios. In our last episode, we talked about how Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League allows players to customize each character and their playstyle through story-driven mechanics.
Yeah.
Ma'am, if you gave me 5 minutes in there,
Who the hell
you'd
is
have
that?
the world's authority on microtech and all my inventions.
Oh, one of the vendors. I remember seeing information about this, actually. There's like
The
3 different
Suicide
vendors
Squad
in the
gave
game.
us
Characters
the
from
scope, the narrative, gameplay,
characters from the comics that
and
you
then
go
the idea of being able
buy
to
skills or
expand that, be
equipment.
able to take this further. It's going to feel completely fresh.
One of them's the Penguin.
In that spirit,
I
we
think
want
one's
to
the
deliver totally
Tinkerer,
new content
and
at
I don't
no
know who the
cost
third
for
is.
those who purchase Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
We're back in business.
All right, let's steal their shit.
Today we'll discuss customization options that draw from the full spectrum of DC Comics. You'll see emotes, rival taunts, outfits, and more.
emotes.
We wanted to have a game that was very focused, but this time we really want to expand out with being able to dynamically update, add new content, take on feedback, and evolve the game over time. For the first time ever, we'll give you a preview of what's to come after the credits roll on our main story campaign. We always designed the game in a way that we really wanted it to be accessible for everyone. And for those players that want to delve even deeper into our gameplay and into our systems, it really is about delivering new places to explore, new worlds to be in,
What the hell
new
was that?
stories, new characters, and creating unique ways for you to play.
Universal portals and shit.
Speaking of, what are you doing, mate? I'm smiling.
Let's dive into Suicide Squad Insider Episode 3.
I wonder how the devs feel about how this game's been received on the internet,
Welcome
because it's
to
been a
Task Force
bit chaotic.
From the onset, Suicide Squad.
Some people
being a
are
squad
generally
felt
positive, but then there's
like
a
the
shitload
right
of people
fit
that are
for the kind of game that we want
really
to make.
enjoying
You get to
the
play with friends, you get to play on your own, but while you are playing
really
on
enjoying
your
the
own, you're
roasting
playing
of
with
this
the
game.
squad. Always.
Every aspect of our games, we always look at it through the lens of Rocksteady's treatment. And that just doesn't stop at gameplay, that doesn't stop at story. When we're looking at the social features that we've really introduced into Suicide Squad, it has Rocksteady's approach. What do we think players will have fun with?
This game has the mechanics to play kind of socially competitively, like none of our games have previously, and it really fits the characters of the squad.
With multiplayer, we're leaning into the competition within the squad to show off your skills, show off your mettle, be the best one.
The game director looks like the director of a video game.
The squad are
He's got the
working together
quintessential
under
nerd look.
duress. And so it's fun to add in mechanics to encourage the players to behave in the same way. So a lot of the time what you'll actually be doing is trying to get the highest score, which luckily helps you all complete the mission, but the best player in any mission becomes the squad leader in multiplayer for the next mission.
How great was I?
We have leaderboards for solo play, for playing with one
What do they
friend,
mean by
two
multiplayer?
friends, or a 4-player squad.
Like squads
Competing with
versus
everyone
squads?
across the world, cross-platform. It is the best.
I thought it was just co-op main story. I didn't actually know about that aspect to it.
Did you see that? Tell me you did. I was like, how do you like that?
There's some really fun incentives for playing together as well as playing competitively. You can use the equipment that other players have equipped on their characters in your squad with the AI playing as the characters. And those players whose bots you use get rewards for you using those bots. And that's a really fun feature that I think the players will be incentivized because they'll get something out of doing too.
Farewell.
We also have the rival taunt system, where on the leaderboard,
There's so many
if you pass
mechanics to
your
this
friends
game
or
that
anyone on
it's
your friends
almost
list who's also playing the
exhausting.
game, and you beat their score, when
It's
next
weird
time they
when
log
it's
in,
like-
they'll get this kind of funny quip.
It gets to a
show
point
that,
where
oh,
there's
yeah,
so
by the way,
much
I beat you.
Home run, baby.
To the game that you
boot
keep
up the
learning about
game,
that you actually
you're logging
stop.
in, and then all
You
of a
actually
sudden
start
on your screen
losing
you
interest
get
in it.
Boomerang giving you the finger.
That was actually well animated.
I think fans are going to have a great time
That was
with our
pretty
remote
funny.
system. Allowing players to kind of communicate in different ways, really in
What's he
playful
doing?
ways. As Rocksteady, as creators, this was another opportunity for us to really engage with our characters, extend the narrative through the player's choices with a very cinematic eye.
Through the game, we offer many customization options and outfits to the player. You start off in the prison, you get your prison garbs, and then you evolve to the Task Force X outfits.
Yeah, right.
No, come on, wear it.
I was thinking something more fashion forward.
I like the cute outfit that was in the locker.
The outfit customization in our game is vast. to say
Hopefully you
the
get to actually put that outfit on in character customizing. Despite how
With
she
this
reacted to it in
Rocksteady will
the
deliver
game
a
story.
full story-driven campaign to players, including more cinematics than any previous Arkham game. For players who survived the war against Brainiac's forces and want to keep the adventure going, Rocksteady is ready.
We very much knew we had a story to tell
I'm
initially,
really just in it
and
for
then
the
we
story,
wanted
to be honest.
carry on feeding into that, and then changing up the gameplay to have a game that was going to evolve through post-launch content.
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is going to be one of the most generous,
I'm not really into that
player-friendly
stuff.
post-launch experiences available.
I just want to play the game, see the story, and then move on.
Each season there's going to be a different spin on how you play, and will be heavily themed by a DC villain. So there's many, many layers of influence from the
What are
DC
those other
world
realms,
on
though?
how you play and what you do.
The seasonal content gets automatically dropped
Is
into
it
the game
expansion
each
pack
episode.
stuff?
There's no playable content locked behind a battle pass, and the in-game shop is for cosmetics only.
You'll always be able to go back and play the episodic content. If you want to come back 6 months from now, that'll always be
So
there.
I'm guessing the episodic content is actual more story stuff that you go back for.
The content you want to play when
in other
The
iconic
DC
areas.
universe is massive, and in most games,
Like that
you
was
can
Arkham
only
Asylum
see
from the
or
other Batman
explore
games.
A tiny piece of it. But what's really cool about the narrative of Kill the Justice League is there's almost no limit on where we can go.
Celebrating before the game is over.
In his pursuit of trying to recreate his perfect Kolu, Brainiac has been experimenting with some of our favorite DC characters' DNA, creating new worlds in alternate realities. It's these worlds that we call Elseworlds.
Brainiac is a genius of 12th level intelligence, but he's also trying to rebuild this civilization that he misses and is lost, and there is nothing he won't do to get there. New Kolu will be reborn. He's building a model of the multiverse. It's all gathering data. I will unlock your full potential to serve me.
So one of the realms
There's
is
different versions of everybody
Ace Chemicals,
in different
one is a
universes,
weird
and
Joker
their
island.
timelines have just diverged at some point. We've got lots of amazing characters coming up in seasonal
frozen
play that I'm
over
really
place.
excited for players to meet. And the Elseworld
I
principles
just hope that
gives
has
us
lots of
lots
story
flexibility and
elements
lots
to
of
these
room
new
with our own
areas.
spin on them.
They add in other seasons. And not just like some weird arena where you just do horde mode fighting for no
So,
reason.
we get to play with a bunch of cool shit from alternate universes, and then what? Retire?
When Season 1 launches this March, you'll be able to unlock a new playable character for your squad.
Oh my god.
The Joker.
At least buy me dinner first.
What's
The
with that
original
Joker though?
Arkhamverse Joker has been dead for 5 years, but this is a new Elseworlds twist on the villain.
He was part of the Suicide Squad in the Elseworld that he's from, which already shows that he's slightly more cooperative than the previous Joker we've had.
Okay.
But as you get used to him and actually play to him, you realize he's unhinged in a different way.
Not only has he got to figure himself out, but he's figuring out his place in this new world
He-
and this new squad.
He hadn't reached supervillain
Doesn't
status
look
before
good.
Brainiac
Like,
invaded,
I don't like
so, you know, he's
the
still a bit
style
less
of that Joker,
experienced.
but
I think we've taken him back
their
to the
story
kind of
explanation
more
for why he
vaudeville
exists and why he
roots
looks
of Joker.
different is
He's masking
acceptable, I
insecurities
guess.
with traditional Joker behavior. But deep down, he's not sure who he is yet.
Lock him up. Oh, making new friends after a move is always tough.
Well,
As
Harley
your
feels
mission
about
expands
this.
deeper into the
Seen
lore of
no
the DC universe, this new version
clips
of
or
the Joker
dialogue from
will
her
join
yet,
your
how she
fight
feels about
with his
Elseworlds
unique
Joker.
combat, traversal, and weaponry.
His traversal is all based around a rocket-powered umbrella, which he can blast himself into the air, and then uses that to glide
Hey, they are
around,
putting
and then he
effort
can actually
into
flip that down to grind
creating new
along
playable
buildings,
characters with their
knocking
whole own
enemies
thing
out of the
going on.
way.
And the kind of frantic, vertical and horizontal energy that he has means you've always got to be moving and always attacking the enemies.
That seems to be the case with all the characters though, from what I've seen.
The Joker is only the first of the new squad recruits you could meet through the ongoing additions to our game.
Over time, we can build up a library of characters
just-
that DC fans might
falls
not have
into that
expected
Jared
to
Leto
see in a
Joker
video
kind of
game, like a regular comic book release.
bracket.
I look forward to when the next issue's coming out. And
Where
in
he
the same
just
way,
kinda
I hope
like
people
looks a
will
bit
look forward to
cringe.
the next episode from us.
Whatever it is, I'm down.
But he's an
New
Elseworlds Joker,
environments,
so
new
it's fine.
characters,
Whatever.
missions, challenges, gear, and
does he
more.
look so young?
All of this free content comes for players who own the game.
He looks like young, hipster, trendy Joker.
We can't wait for you to see what the future holds. With Elseworlds,
Like some
the
Metro
possibilities are endless.
hipster in real life, like comic book fan cosplaying as the Joker.
Thanks for watching this series. We
In
hope
their
you'll
own
join
style.
us for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, a third-person action shooter where some of the wildest villains of DC Comics join forces to save the world from its greatest heroes.
No, that's mental. We're not doing that. God help us.
Yeah. I think players are going to be surprised about the depth to which they can craft a character.
It comes back to player choice and player freedom.
Everything from melee strikes into gunplay, which you could then go into a traversal attack. All of the combat moves flow seamlessly into another.
I wonder why Rocksteady wanted to do a game in this genre.
The squad can be
I know it was
garish,
like
they
their
can be
choice,
loud,
from what I've
and
heard,
playing together with your friends
to move
in a
on from like the
multiplayer space
Batman
is a really unique
single-player
experience that you
action
can't get
adventure
anywhere
stuff.
else.
What we've done with Suicide
And
Squad
do like
is
a
to
looter
really
shooter.
expand those experiences. Not only just
Live
one
service
character
game.
this time around, we've done it with 4, and we plan to do it with more.
This brings back memories of my
But I wonder why this is the thing that they
Whether
wanted
you're
to
in
do.
for the main story or exploring what lies beyond, Rocksteady Studios is here to support our players while delivering
It doesn't really
exciting
matter
experiences. Thank
that
you
the
for
fan
joining
base
us, and we'll
is
see you at launch, February 2nd.
torn and
2023.
generally are not kind of on board with it and wish they did like another single player story based thing, but just not on Batman, like maybe on Superman or something. And they're Rocksteady are well within their right to make whatever kind of game that they're interested in. You know what their vision is. It's just it's interesting that they went for this type of thing, like especially with the fact that this genre generally has like a pretty bad reputation from a lot of games within the genre that have kind of rubbed gamers up the wrong way. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like, this is a very poorly received genre, and we've done very well on the Batman games. We've like, this is one of the best action-adventure games anyone's made about comic book characters. So maybe they had kind of like a weird ego about that and was like, maybe if we took the live service looter shooter genre and did something with it in our style within the comic book realm, like we did with Batman, maybe we can make something positive out of it. Because we're G's who have never stepped wrong. Could be the reason. I just can't imagine like a board, like a group of devs around a table going, okay, that was awesome, those last couple of games you made in that genre. But you know what would be dope? Let's make a live service looter shooter. Wouldn't that be even sicker? And everyone applauded and high-fived. Like, it doesn't seem likely that that's what went down. But all I've heard is that this is just what they wanted to do. They wanted to do something like this. They wanted to move on from what they've achieved and do something totally different in a new space. And it's like, but why this space? There are a lot of other spaces you can bring something new to. Why not take a comic book franchise and do something more heavily RPG based, maybe? No one's really done that. It's kind of like how Bethesda keeps making Elder Scrolls games and Fallout games and all these first-person, very heavily RPG system-based, huge-scale things. Like, that's something you could do that's new. Make a game like that out of a comic book franchise. Not with Batman, because they've fucking ran Batman to the ground, but take another comic book character. They seem to like to work with DC, so, I don't know, Green Arrow or something. And make some, like, heavy-duty, massive open-world, Bethesda-esque RPG out of it. That's not something we've seen before. I feel like you can get more out of that experiment than the experiment of turning Suicide Squad into a live service looter shooter. But, you know, whatever. That's what they wanted to do, and that's what they did. And they're mad into it. They have released 600 trailers and demonstration videos and promos and stuff. And it doesn't seem to be stopping all the way up until release. Hi, Elizabeth. Live service is a big no. Never. What do you mean never again? What was the straw that broke the camel's back? That sounds like you've tried this before and it bit you in the ass. And that could be anything. There's been plenty of live service games that were clusterfucks that weren't great. The thing that burnt you could have been a list of like 500 different games. There's no way I'd be able to predict. Suicide Squad killed the trailer. Boo. Boo earns. What was the last live service I played? I didn't play, what was the one with the Iron Man suits? Anthem. I didn't play Anthem, but that was a bit of a clusterfuck. That burnt a lot of people. There was Warframe. I mean, I'm generally not interested in games that are designed for you to play for eternity. I try to avoid that type of stuff. which is why live service generally is on my list of things that I try not to rush around to. With a couple of exceptions, like I am weirdly drawn to wanting to try the Disney Dreamlight Valley game, even though that's supposed to be a game you're supposed to play ad nauseum. But I don't know, there's something fruity about it that makes me want to try it. Living in a valley with a bunch of Disney characters and Disney princesses, just cleaning up and home renovating and gardening. Visiting Mulan Land and Pocahontas Land. And I guess maybe Little Mermaid Atlantis. I don't actually know what the lands are in the game. I'm just actually guessing a bunch of stuff. I want to play more stuff like Plague Tale. I want cinematic, story-driven, single-player, refined experiences. Shrekland? That's not Disney. The fuck? That's DreamWorks. You're in the wrong camp there. I want curated experience. That's another way to explain it. I like my games curated. I like whatever the gameplay experience is to be heavily directed by the developer. That's why I like single-player, cinematic, adventure-y kind of games like Uncharted. Uncharted, there's no exploration, there's no big open worlds with different mechanics that can be used in different ways. It's a very specific experience. A to B, B to C, C to D. You're basically being thrust along through a cinematic tale, an interactive cinematic tale, which rolls credits in about, let's say, 8 to 10 hours, sometimes 12 for some of the longer ones. And then you mop the sweat from your brow and you go, that was great. That was like being in my own Indiana Jones movie. That's kind of what games like Plague Tale are like. It's like we're living in our own film, in our own like adventurous cinematic film. I dig that stuff a lot. What else do they make? Asobo Studios? That was Plague Tale. Yeah, Asobo. Put some dingles along the way. Yeah, there you go. The Lara Croft method. Grand adventure, exploring, raiding tombs, and stick a couple of dingles in a couple of dead ends and around a couple of nooks and crannies. Make sure they make the dingle sound effect when you pick them up too. Tomb Raider always had an amazing dingle sound effect. It's like fused in my brain. When I pick up things in real life, like when I pick up my bowl of cereal, I hear the Tomb Raider dingle in my head. Here it is, Asobo Studios. Started by a group of 12 video game devs when they purchased the rights to a multiplayer PlayStation 2 game, Super Farm, from their employee and founded Asobo Studios. They struck it big by being chosen by the publisher THQ to make the video game adaptation of Pixar's movie Ratatouille. The Plague Tale developer became famous for making Ratatouille. That's their rise to fame. That's incredible. They then went on to make games out of WALL-E and Up. So they were the Pixar game people before they made Plague Tale. That's incredible. They then went and made the Kinect game Rush, a Disney Pixar adventure. Holy shit, that's on Game Pass. I can't believe that's their game. That's insane. They also worked on the newest Microsoft Flight Simulator games. This is an incredibly diverse studio. Multi-talented studio. And they're the ones that made The Crew, that racing game. The open world street racing game. Explains their healthy budget for Plague Tale. Oh yeah, parents would have been buying up their games and chucking it on the Christmas tree for their kids for sure. Rush, a Disney Pixar adventure, contains characters from Ratatouille, Incredibles, Cars, Up, and Toy Story. I really want to play this now. I remember when this came out as a Kinect game, and I think the Game Pass version is the remastered re-release where they took out the Kinect functionality and made it a normal game. And I do know for a fact that it's on Game Pass. I have seen it. I never would have made the connection in a million years that that Disney Pixar game was the same company as Plague Tale. That's amazing. Here's their list. Super Farm, 2003. PlayStation 2. They made the video game version of The Mummy animated series. There was a cartoon made about the Mummy movies with Brendan Fraser. I think it was connected to those movies, but it was a cartoon version. And they made the game version of it on the Game Boy Advance. Garfield, The Tale of Two Kitties. That's a notorious DS game. There's Ratatouille, 2007. Wall-E. They made Fuel with Codemasters? Holy shit. I've got Fuel. I've played that. Fuel is one of the largest open world games ever made. It's an off-road racing game where you drive like trashy off-road trucks. Like Dakar style. But it's not tied to any real-world vehicles or real-world competitions. It's kind of like a post-apocalyptic racing game almost. There's like massive tornadoes and hurricanes that just randomly happen while you're driving across like the dunes and very familiar name. Codemasters are famous for being responsible for the Colin McRae Rally series. That's one of their biggest franchises that most people know them for. Those Colin McRae Rally games pretty much put rally video games on the map. Back in the day when I was younger, there were only 2 rally games of note. Sega Rally, which was very arcadey, like you could play that in the arcades in one of those moving booths. And the Colin McRae stuff, which was a little bit more simulatory, but not entirely. It was somewhere in between, so it was more accessible. And then they went on to make the spin-off of the Colin McRae games, which was Dirt. They pretty much dropped McRae's name and just called it Dirt. It's not what you know them for. I mean, that's their biggest thing, but they've done a lot. They've done so much that their list of games has got its own Wikipedia. Away from their main page. BMX, Ghost Hunters, Dizzy. Oh, they did the Dizzy games for the Commodore. Remember the egg? More Dizzy. Grand Prix, Operation Gunship. More BMX. More Dizzy. More Dizzy. Jesus Christ, they built their entire empire on Dizzy. I'm counting like 8 Dizzy games already. And we've only just hit the 90s. Micro Machines, they were behind that. All the old Micro Machines games used to play multiplayer and split screen on the old Nintendo consoles. That was dope. More Micro Machines. Brian Lara Cricket 96. That's when Colin McRae Rally dropped. 1998. That's when they became really rich. They did a Mike Tyson boxing game at one point. MTV Music Generator 2 for the PlayStation 2. I own that. Do you remember that? It was like a piece of software for the PlayStation. I thought it was going to be a rhythm game, like Frequency and Amplitude. So I got it on sale in like a secondhand bargain bin for like less than $10. And it really is just like a music making piece of software for the PlayStation. It's really just like an app that you fuck around with like sound bites and things and try to make your own mixes, like your own techno mixes. I didn't get far fiddling with it because doing that kind of thing with an interface that looks like fucking Photoshop, but even more complicated on a PlayStation controller, was a goddamn nightmare. They did Prisoners of War on the Xbox. That was like a stealth try to escape from prison game, much in the vein of that Great Escape movie with Steve McQueen. That was a really cool game. I enjoyed that. I had that on Xbox as well. More Colin McRae. Downhill Domination on the PS2. That was a downhill mountain biking game that was like really arcadey and crazy. There's a new version of that actually. It's on Game Pass too. The American Idol music game, which is basically SingStar. Worms 4. At some point, Codemasters seems to have bought the Worms franchise before Worms 4. So Worms 4 was the first time that Worms is under the publisher Codemasters. Everything before that, I think, was indie. Micromaniacs is what you know them for? Well, that's really specific. So not for any of the big stuff. There's Micromaniacs. Spin-off of Micro Machines, where you're just tiny characters running instead of using vehicles. Adorable. Second Sight was theirs as well. Second Sight was a action-adventure stealth game on the PlayStation 2 and an original Xbox that to this day, if I was to make a top 10 list of the best plot twists in video gaming, Second Sight would be on the list. It's not worth getting into because it would take me too long to explain why. But yeah, Second Sight has one of the best plot twists at the end of the game of any game I've ever played. It actually blew my mind. It was amazing. Puzzle Bobble. They did a bunch of Puzzle Bobble games. Maelstrom. I remember the PC box for Maelstrom on the shelf, but I've never played it. It was a real-time strategy like StarCraft type thing. Hospital Tycoon? Really? Okay, that wasn't very good. I was a big fan of Theme Hospital when I was younger, by Bullfrog. Hospital Tycoon is basically like a more modern version of it, but it was nowhere near as good. I played it on Steam. Overlord was one of theirs on the 360 and the PS2 or PS3. I love Overlord. The game where you play like a Sauron-like evil overlord that runs around just like controlling all your little minions, making them do stuff for you, almost like Pikmin style. It's such a good game. Clive Barker's Jericho was hilarious. I played that multiplayer with a friend. It's so try-hard. It's so typical Clive Barker writing, though. Did they make Sega Rally on PS3? Sega Rally is a lot older than PS3. Sega Rally goes back to the arcade days before modern consoles. Like, there was a Sega Rally on the Dreamcast, even. It's older than Dreamcast. There may have been a Sega Rally on the PS3, but I couldn't tell you which release that would be, because that franchise has been around for a while. There's the Overworld sequel. Dirty Dancing, the video game. Really? 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 I don't believe you. Hang on. How? For Windows. It falls in the puzzle genre. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I have to look into this more. This has me enthralled. Dirty Dancing, the official PC game. Oh my god, what a deep dive. I can't believe how far we've come as a society. It's by Big Fish. I've seen that that logo on a lot of phone games. Where's the sound? This game has no audio. The Kellerman's Mountain House. Oh my god. Holy shit. This actually does look like a phone game. This looks so much like the cheapest phone game ever made. I can't believe they made a game out of this. I just need to see what they do. Like, what do you dirty dance? How many kinds of gameplay mechanics could there possibly be in a dirty dancing video game? Aside from rhythm gaming, to make Patrick Swayze shake his package in Ferris Bueller's sister's face. This tight-ass jeans of his. You know, I've got the entire Dirty Dancing soundtrack on CD. It's called Ultimate Dirty Dancing Collection. Oh, hi, what's this? Grand Fantasy Relink launch trailer. Oh, it's a launch trailer. Neat. Oh, there is sound. It's just the sound of birds chirping. There's like no other sound effects. Manage your hotel guests. Is it a hotel management game? Dirty Dancing is a hotel management game? Fuck off. Each bellboy can only deal with one guest at a time. Oh my god. Sega Rally Revo. I've never even heard of Revo. Not that I paid much attention to what Sega Rally was doing. Holy shit. This looks like it was made in Newgrounds. Why is that finger fingering that lady's crotch? It keeps doing it. I think it's telling you to click on the lady. I can't believe this is what this game is. This is blowing my mind. Where's the Dirty Dancing? Is it Monday? Yes, as of 49 minutes ago. It's 12:49, just past midnight. Super slidey and arcadey, played it at friends. Yeah, Sega Rally was always an arcade take on Rally. They never really did a simulation version of that. That franchise is always about arcade accessibility. Kind of like Ridge Racer, but focused on Rally. That's I think why Colin McRae was so huge for Codemasters, is it was closer to a realistic simulation experience for people who really cared about Rally. That didn't appreciate the trashy approach of Sega Rally. Have to see if anyone's streaming it. Grand Blue. Oh, weren't you going to play it yourself? How come you're not streaming it if it's launching? Or you just can't afford it yet? You remember being impressed with the mud and the snow physics? I mean, that seems to be a constant with rally gaming, though. Like, that's one of the things that was huge about Dirt. Like, Dirt's realistic physics and graphics, like, kind of brought it to a new level when that first dropped. By console standards. There's, like, more intricate shit on PC nowadays, but not until 9 PM. If I was you, I'd wait until I had access to it myself to play it. If you're this close to it, I feel like it's just potential spoilers if you watch other people play it in the preceding hours until it comes out. I'd hang on to that excitement. Can't start because you're leaving for an appointment tomorrow. Swap to Streamlabs OBS. Glad I did. I use Streamlabs website to control alerts and pop-ups and chat-related things on screen. But regular OBS is still the one that's worked the best for me. What the fuck is happening here? So it's Hotel Management Lite, and then some kind of block sliding Candy Crush game in order to do the dishes or cook food for the guests. You can't afford to buy the tango. So you have to make money by doing your job as a bellboy to buy dances? Wait, I need to see what happens when you actually can afford a dance. What happens then? Oh wait, here's a non-Candy Crush game. It's also got hidden object gameplay, where you're looking for items in the list around a messy room. They've put every single stereotype of a phone game into one game. Here's poker. You can play poker with the actual live-action actors from the movie on your cards. What the fuck? I can't see that actress as anything other than Ferris Bueller's sister. Whenever I see her in any other movie, that's just all I see her as. I have male friends that are the same with Patrick Swayze, though. They only see him as the guy from Roadhouse. Like, I would see him as the guy from Dirty Dancing, personally, if I had to pick one, but Roadhouse seems to be the Patrick Swayze movie of all time. Third-person cover shooter gameplay? It's not coming. We are now just playing cards. I need to get to the dancing part. Here we go. Oh no, that's your cabin. Where you shop for furniture for your room. This game keeps surprising me. It's got all the mechanics. It might actually eventually have a third-person cover shooter mechanic. If we wait long enough. Cascade games are difficult to develop? Really? I thought cheap phone games and stuff did things like that because they were easy. Because, like, these types of games are a dime a dozen. And just general, like, match 3 type stuff. I don't care about this. I want to see the dancing of the dirty. It's never going to happen. This guy has earned $16,000 since he started playing. And he's yet to purchase any dirty dances. At this point, I'd hang myself. I think he's exiting. He's done. He gave the game 16 minutes and he gave up. He's over it. The code is technical hell. Oh. I really would have predicted that it was something easy. I had that all wrong. I love it how there are people in the comments that are here for the same reason I am. This guy's like, Codemasters? What the hell? Exactly. That's how we got here. Fucking Codemasters. This person's just laughing. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Yeah, Codemasters, what were you doing with that one? That was weird. There's no way you made money off that. Bejeweled was ahead of its time? Oh. I played Bejeweled. Back in the day. There's Fuel. The one that's connected to the Plague Tale developer. That's how we got here as well. Damnation was a steampunk cowboy first-person shooter. I actually remember the box art for that on the PS3 and Xbox 360. Rise of the Argonauts. I remember that as well, but nobody gave a shit. It kind of just disappeared. James Pond, codenamed Robocod. Hilarious. Grid was kind of a spin-off from Dirt. I actually tried that as well. Didn't play it for very long. Operation Flashpoint. They've done a couple of them. There's Dirt 3. More Dizzy games. It's like the 16th Dizzy game. Colin McRae, more Grid. More Overlord. That's the sequel. More Micro Machines. They started to make a lot of F1, like Formula 1 games for some reason. It looks like the Codemasters have mainly focused on Formula 1 for the last couple of years. They left everything else behind. Just Rally and Formula 1, that was it. Wow, what a trip. Recore. Holy shit. This developer really surprises me. They went from making a bunch of Disney tie-in games like Ratatouille, Wall-E, Up, Toy Story 3. Then they made that Rush game, the Disney Pixar adventure, where it pulls them all together, like the Avengers. They made the racing game The Crew. They made a Monopoly game for Ubisoft, an online multiplayer Monopoly Ubisoft game. They made Recore, that action-adventure post-apocalyptic open-world game that was Xbox exclusive. They made Zoo Tycoon, the sequel to The Crew. Then they made Plague Tale 1 and 2, and then the new Microsoft Flight Simulator games. This is like the most... what's the word? I'm not robust. I can't believe how many genres this company jumps between. That's normal for a publisher, but for a dev to like multitask like that? Sad end to a diverse studio. I mean, they're not ended technically, but I think I know what you mean. Like, if you're just going to be a Formula One simulator company now, then it's like, well, they're essentially dead to me. Because, you know, I ain't playing no Formula One simulator. That's a bit too intense. The only thing worse than a Formula One simulator racing game is a Formula One manager game. Where you don't even drive the car. You just work the spreadsheets for which drivers are driving what cars and when. And then look over the actual engine details. Fuck that shit. I should do an Asobo marathon. I should just start playing all their games. Because I've got access to Recore on Game Pass. I've got access to the Disney Pixar adventure, Rush. That's also on Game Pass. I've played both Plague Tales. Microsoft Flight Simulator, the newest one, is on Game Pass as well. All I need to do is get hold of Zoo Tycoon and those Crew games. And maybe if there's a way to get all those old Disney games like Ratatouille and Wall-E and Up. I'd play a Ratatouille game, hell yeah. I'm not playing Garfield: A Tale of Two Kitties, and I'm not playing the animated series version of The Mummy. They can go to hell. Raise You Golf Manager? Or actually, you know what was a good game that had to do with golf, where you're not technically playing golf? Sid Meier's Golf Tycoon. As a kid, I remember playing that on the computer in EB Games. They were, for some reason, demonstrating it. Was it Sid Meier? Sid Meier's Sim Golf. Fuck yeah. I don't like golf, but this game was weirdly addictive to me. I couldn't tell you how that happened. What's a good example? You know what? Fuck's sake. It's very hard to show this game. But basically, it's a spin-off from The Sims and the SimCity game, where you basically design and make the golf course. It's like a golf course building management game. And then you hold tournaments on the golf courses where like little AI dudes come and play. And you can enter your own little AI dude into the tournament, and you can play like a top-down version of a golf game where you choose your clubs and you have a little arc of where the ball's going to go, and you try to win your own golf tournament. Basically Golf Manager. It reminded me of what you said, but Golf Manager, if it was like those F1 manager games, I would hate that. This is basically like the fun version of that, where it's like it's the same people that made The Sims, but they just made a strategy game where you like design your own golf course, and it was so cool. Just as boring as I anticipated. I mean, this wasn't boring. Like, I was a kid, and I was obsessed with this in the store. Like, when I saw this on the computer, I would stand in their store during lunch, away from school, in the mall, and I would just sit there with the mouse, just clicking away, trying to build a golf course as fast as I could before they kick me out. Is there a Tycoon golf course building game? I mean, that's what we're looking at. That's exactly what I've got up on screen. from the makers of The Sims. There's just a lot of people who... So The Sims is pretty famous. Everyone knows The Sims. Everyone knows SimCity. Very few people realize that the Sid Meier developer made other sim games that were equally high quality in production value and fun. And this was one of them. I guess some people knew about Alpha Centauri, Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. Which was basically one of the first 4X games. Suicide Squad is short-lived. It won't be because of lack of content. Not enough people buying battle passes and cosmetics. I actually just watched the most recent Suicide Squad video like 25 minutes ago on this very stream. You know, the Elseworlds 10-minute video that they released talking about the post-game content? I don't really like that Joker, but I like that they had a story explanation for what he was doing there. The fact that he was a multi-dimensional Elseworlds version of the Joker, that's totally different from the one that died in the Arkham games. That was cool. Oh, you were asking about the actual Tycoon franchise, like Roller Coaster Tycoon. No, there wasn't. I only ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon. I didn't play any other Tycoon games from that same developer, though. Oh, I forgot about that video. Wait. Hang on. Sorry, I got distracted by Sid Meier's golf bullshit. You live off Biscoff cakes? Oh, fuck, I forgot about my cake. It's on the counter in the kitchen. Right, as soon as I kill this stream, I'm gonna go have a slice of that Biscoff cake. I'm gonna go live in that shit. I'm gonna rub it all over my crotch. Make an absolute mess. Where is that link? Here it is. Here come waifus. Adorable. I do like me some flying pirate ships. It's a cool vibe. The girl with the pigtails. Beam struggle.
O shaman of salvation, long have we waited for this day.
Well, that woman looked incredibly brainless.
You are unworthy.
Okay, hang on.
Good thing we know where that red.
One issue that I sometimes have with waifu character designs is if you're not careful with how you animate their emoting, they can come off as looking like a sex doll. Like there's nothing going on behind their eyes. Like when they have that gormless expression, that completely wooden gormless expression, it just looks like a fuck puppet. Like this chick. As soon as I saw this chick just staring like emotionlessly, I'm like, that is definitely an inflatable plastic thing you're supposed to put your dick in.
You knave!
She's great.
What did you do to Lyria?
You are unworthy.
It's easy to make them look angry though. If they look angry and pissed off at something, that's some pretty solid emoting.
Cypher will hunt it down in no time.
Look at all those fucking colors.
Solid, and come hit me!
Arise, my lovely blades!
Holy shit. Bullet hell.
Lyria, I will protect her.
I don't like this blue-haired girl at all. Every time they show her, she looks like her operating system is rebooted.
Where were you?
Windows XP shut down.
The ordeals of our pilgrimage are nearly at an end. Your crew is
Villains are always
largely
cool.
to thank for that.
Any anime chick design that's a bad guy is always
Acknowledge
badass.
my vision, and salvation shall come.
No one gives a crap about your evil plans!
Oh, that
Let's
voice.
give our friends back! You hear me?
No, shut up. No.
That is the light of the apocalypse, the fire of doomsday. If the attack lands, all the skies will be obliterated.
Is the lip syncing just like based on the Japanese dialogue, and they've just kind of shoved the English in there? Because they sometimes flap their mouths in ways that look weird. But also they could be playing audio out of sync with footage just for trailer purposes. Trailers tend to do that. Ouch. It's not one of my favorite types of voices. I don't know which character was saying those lines, but that was an example of one of the reasons why I struggle with dubbing in animes. That voice. When female voice actors do that very aggressively shrill, like, I'm an anime girl voice, it's kind of like being stabbed in the gut a little bit. I don't enjoy it. Lip sync didn't look off in the demo. Yeah, I kind of had that feeling that the trailer might just be going hog wild with its footage, and you weren't supposed to be putting voices to mouths specifically. Vern's part of Bahamut. Why does every single Japanese RPG have a Bahamut? Bahamut's such a popular summon. It's crazy. Bloop. There was something else waifu based I watched earlier tonight. I wonder what your opinion of that would be. AI something. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. Let me check my history real quick. I kind of dug the look. It was one of those really realistic 3D graphics games where only the main characters were like cel-shaded anime looking, but everything else was like Unreal Engine realistic. Former Square employees, that makes sense. Where's the game? Let me just... AI Limit. You ever seen the trailer, the most recent official or launch trailer or whatever for AI Limit? Go check it out if you haven't. The action looks pretty good. It looks like it plays a bit more like a full-on action RPG, like a Devil May Cry-esque, beat the shit out of everything with a sword. But I like the main character's design, and I'm starting to notice a lot of these games, a lot of these Japanese games lately have been doing this fusion of anime cel-shaded main character with super realistic environment. I've seen like 3 or 4 of those in the last couple of months. But this one doesn't look bad. Wait, what's this? Let me see if this AI Limit game images. This game. This is the promotional image for it, but that is the main character. She's some kind of Nier Automata-esque cyborg chick with red eyes. Her in-game character model is pretty slick. And the action was pretty fast-paced and intense. It did give a vibe a little bit like someone decided to make a Souls-like, but with the combat and pacing of a DMC. Which was intriguing. Where's a good screenshot of it? This is an in-game screenshot. So she's still kind of cel-shaded anime, but everything else has got this bleak, Dark Souls-y, real 3D look. Which one is that? AI Limit. I watched the trailer earlier tonight. Go check out the newest trailer for AI Limit to see what I'm talking about. It doesn't look bad. Oh, there she is in game. It's pretty cool. Oh, I didn't have it full screen. Bloop. AI Limit 4K trailer. She's a hottie. And I'm not really that into the short hair look when it comes to these kind of female character designs, but she looks pretty cool. She looks great. What the fuck? Harm Weather Warfare. Excuse me? Hang on. I just got distracted by something. There's a game here called Harm, spelled like an acronym. And then the semicolon after says Weather Warfare. And I'm very curious as to what this is. Okay, it's first person. First person survival? Yeah, this looks survival crafty.
Does anyone hear me? We're trapped here. This place has gone crazy. The weather freaked out.
So it's like a
It's hard to survive.
super dangerous alternating weather version of a survival crafting game. Where you have to adapt to the changing environment.
I need to protect my daughter. Help us.
These survival crafting games are kind of a dime a dozen. It's very hard to stand out, but this weather thing is looking kind of interesting. Like, that tornado just straight up juked a dude. There's bears. I don't think bears count as weather. Although I could be wrong. They are a force of nature. Tornado, earthquake, lava, bear. Tsunami. Grizzly bear, which is like a regular bear but an even bigger, more horrifying bear. That's bear times 2. It's kind of impossible to predict the quality of a game like this. There's so many survival crafting games that, even though this one has a unique hook that I think is kind of cool in a way, the weather thing, there's no way to actually predict from just looking at it whether that's good or bad. Although, if you're a fan of that kind of genre, it's probably a good enough. Oh my god, look at the top comment. This looks like a blatant acid flip game. Characters are running around jumping over fences while houses are torn apart. So goofy. Yeah, people are very, very negative about it in the comments. The prevailing attitude seems to be it's an asset flip survival crafty game, of which there are tons, so I'm not surprised people are being cynical about it. You hate that Nolan North is Superman. I didn't know he was Superman, but I'm down for that. Nolan North is my boyfriend. I might be straight, but if Nolan North wanted me to give him a hand job, I wouldn't argue. I don't know a single person that... remember how... what was it? Saints Row 3? You remember how there was that joke in Saints Row 3 where you could pick a male voice, a female voice, or Nolan North? He was like his own voice option, which was fucking hilarious. I don't know a single person that played Saints Row 3 that did not pick Nolan North as their voice option for the game. It was too good a joke. I just wish there was actual dialogue in the game where he made reference to the fact that he's Nolan North. I think it'd be a pretty fun fourth wall breaking thing if his dialogue option actually had fourth wall breaking moments where he refers to himself. That would be amazing. The Transylvania Adventure of Simon Quest. Is there a Castlevania game coming out that I'm not familiar with? This is like 2 weeks ago they dropped this announcement trailer. The thumbnail looks like a Castlevania. Hang on, this looks retro as fuck. Wait. I need to leave soon, but hang on. It's called The Transylvanian Adventure of Simon's Quest. Official announcement trailer. Simon's Quest was Castlevania 2, wasn't it? It was literally Castlevania, Simon's Quest, right? I'm not remembering that incorrectly. Yeah, Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest. That was the one with the day-night cycle thing that used to piss everybody off. So what the fuck is this? Is this a piss take game? Announcement trailer to see gameplay, the 8-bit world, and more from an upcoming parody homage side-scrolling platformer. Oh, that's amazing. This is actually a unique Castlevania game made as a parody, a satirical homage to Castlevania. You set out to resurrect and re-kill Dracula to one-up your rival. So it's as if Simon from Castlevania 2 had a nemesis that was mad that he got famous for killing Dracula. So you set out to resurrect him and re-kill him yourself so you could steal the glory. What an incredible plot. All right, they got me on that one. And it actually is 8-bit as fuck. This looks legit. Oh, hell yeah, man. What a flashback. I wonder how satirical this is. Like, is it going to be wall-to-wall, like, in-jokes about the franchise? That's what I want. What the fuck was that? The backgrounds are pretty elaborate. Like, it looks better than games of this era be able to achieve. The amount of colors and stuff. Like, that is a lot more going on than Castlevania ever had. Also, the soundtrack is banging. Oh, fuck yeah. This sounds like it's probably a heavy metal remix of, like, a Castlevania theme. I can't quite put my finger on it, but... Awesome. Awesome. Metal. Metal as hell. He looks like kind of a douchebag. Dracula will live to die again in 2025. Oh, that's next year. That's over a year away. Yikes. Oh well. Not getting to see that anytime soon. I don't like that YouTube keeps trying to sell me on a Shapiro video. I keep seeing this thumbnail for Shapiro vs. Destiny by Lex Friedman. I'm not clicking on it, YouTube. It's fucking 2 hours and 20 minutes of a man I hate. Why would I click on that? Hell my face. Must be a demo. That trailer had so much finished gameplay in it. There has to be a demo already. In fact, there's so much going on in that trailer, I'm actually shocked it's still going to take them a year to release that. Integrity is gone, greed is thick. I mean, that happened in the 90s. You're a bit late on that one. That ain't anything new. It's 2024. We've been living with that vibe for 3 decades. It's hopefully critiquing the man you hate. I don't think it is. It's Lex Friedman. I know who that is. Lex Friedman is a little bit more low-key and a little bit more neutral generally, but he's kind of friendly with Shapiro and the Joe Rogans of the world. Like, I keep seeing him on shows like talking to Joe Rogan and stuff. He generally comes off as like a pretty harmless nerd in a black suit and with a black tie. Like, if you saw a couple of clips from him, he wouldn't strike you as someone that is a problematic right-wing type dude. I just think his attempts to be non-partisan, middle-of-the-road neutral often puts him on the side of the right, if that makes sense. Or at least appears to be. But he seems mostly harmless. But yeah, it's like it's a 2.5 hour Lex Friedman video that has something to do with Ben Shapiro, and I'm just like, oh, come on, man. Oh, wait. January 6th, Israel, Ukraine, and wokeism. I think it's a podcast episode where he's talking about Ben Shapiro's debate against a guy named Destiny about the Israel and Ukraine situations. Okay, boring. Never mind. Have you rubbed the sleeves against your face? You talking about this? That's just general Oodie magic. What are we talking about? You've said his name and your mic listened. Oh, yeah. I mean, YouTube in general will do that. Like, I've watched so many videos that are anti people like Shapiro and Rogan that the algorithm will just remember the names and will feed them positive videos to me as well. So I have to be careful what I click on because I'm going to get a combination of anti and also pro Shapiro videos because all the algorithm cares about is the name Shapiro, which is really fucking frustrating. Oh wow, that launch trailer you sent me was 30 minutes ago. That was fresh. That was fresh, hot off the press. I'm new to this. I just found out how good it feels. I'm glad that I can sell Oodies to people through my platform. I still think that Oodie should sponsor me. The amount we've talked about Oodies on this fucking channel, and there's a little string coming out of mine. Whoops. I need to actually clock off for the night and go eat my cake. I've lingered a bit too long. I didn't want to eat the cake too late or the sugar would keep me up all night, which is now going to be the case, unfortunately. Whatever. I've been here for 5 hours. That's fine. That's more than enough for a Sunday. Reach out to them. The problem with that is I'm a nobody, so reaching out to people doesn't really work. I haven't tried it, but there's no point in trying it. Like, there are YouTubers and Twitch streamers that'll reach out to developers, especially indie ones, and will ask for download codes to play the game for free, just because it's going to give them free marketing. But the only way to kind of do that is to have numbers. Like, you have to kind of show them your follower numbers and your general, like, view count statistics. Otherwise, why would they give you their shit for free? They're not going to let you market for them if there's only going to be 5 people watching. Have I played a game called The Long Dark? Yeah, I played it on stream. I did like a whole week streaming that game. That's how I met Minx, actually. The first time Minx ever appeared on my stream was during Long Dark. She's a fan of the game. She was in hospital for a while, and she wasn't working. So she pretty much got by playing The Long Dark. And became kind of a bit of a pro at it. You know, she kind of knew all the ins and outs. So after she was done playing it herself, she started hanging out in other people's Twitch streams of The Long Dark and like providing assistance and information and lore. So she showed up on one of my Long Dark streams and started hanging out there a lot. Because I was streaming long sessions of that. Like I did like a 11 to 12 hour sesh of that one day. And she was there for the whole thing, for the whole 12 hours, start to finish, from the beginning to the end. Pretty much like being my Long Dark encyclopedia, letting me know about like stuff that I had questions on and all that. And clipping me every time I said something that would be sus out of context, that would be cancelable out of context. Also songs. Yeah, let her know about that, because she loves that game. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. That was also the start of her obsession with clipping me every time I make up songs. Ever since Long Dark as well. Sometimes she'll lurk, and I won't know she's actually there in the stream. But the second I start singing and make up a dumb song about something in the game, like instantly it'll get clipped by Minx, and it's like, oh shit, Minx is in the audience. That's the only reason I knew she was there, lurking in the background, is because if I sing something, it'll get clipped immediately. I actually remember the song that started it. What was it? It was Stacy's Grape Soda. I don't know if you know Long Dark, you might know what I'm talking about. In Long Dark, there is 2 or 3 different brands of soda you can pick up, like orange, green, and purple. And I think the purple one was called Stacy's Grape Soda, the fake branding on it. And I would riff on that constantly. Like every time I found a Stacy's Grape Soda, I would start singing about Stacy's Grape Soda to the tune of Stacy's Mom. Remember Stacy's Mom? She's got it going on. Yeah, it was basically me singing Stacy's Mom, but changing all the lyrics to be about how much I love Stacy's Grape Soda. That was the one that started it all. There's probably clips of that. I don't know. I can't remember. And I think I kind of fucked up and started changing the name. There was one point where I started singing about Stacy's Grape Soda, and I was playing for so long my brain was shutting down, and I changed the name to Sarah. I think I started saying Sarah's Grape Soda. Sarah's Grape Soda's got it going on. And she didn't tell me at the time, but she found that extra amusing because not only did I not realize that I'd fucked up and switched the name in my brain, but like that's her actual name in real life. So it sounded like I was singing about her. About her own grape soda. Weird coincidence. I'll probably be able to show you examples of that someday, because I actually do have all that content still saved. And if I ever get around to figuring out my YouTube channel and doing it correctly, whatever form that takes place, I do want to turn a lot of my older gameplays into shorter Let's Plays, where it's just all the good bits chopped together with a fast pace, because that's the kind of Let's Plays I like to watch on YouTube. I don't like long plays. Like, if it's a long play, you might as well be there live for the stream. Like, anything less than that, it needs to be like an actual edited piece with like meme jokes and all kinds of shit crammed in there to make it as entertaining as possible. I mean, it's YouTube. Make it fun. I like long plays. See, a long play to me is just a recording of a Twitch stream, which the whole fun of a Twitch stream is the live nature of it, is being able to be there as it's happening and be able to actually interact with the person. Once you take away that element, it's just 8 hours of a person playing a video game, which very quickly loses my interest. I'm like, I don't want to sit here for 8 hours on a YouTube video watching someone play a video game that I could just be playing myself. However, if you make an 8 to 10 minute condensed version where it's like, let's say 5 or 6 hours of your long dark gameplay condensed down to about 10 minutes worth of like just all the good shit, with a nice pace and with like extra humor injected into it through your editing. I love that stuff. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to make, because like that actually has value as like a edited YouTube content. I don't like cuts and animated zooms and loud people. Well, the problem is, if the problem is loud people, that's nothing to do with YouTube. That's the person. Like, you're not going to be on their Twitch stream either, if that's an issue. But I do like cuts and animated zooms. Like, I'm an editor. Like, I get paid to edit. Like, my whole job is to make something out of something else and make it as efficient, as interesting, as funny, as to the point as possible. Like, that's literally my job. So I don't really want to sit and watch 10 hours of just someone playing a video game and umming and ahhing and wondering where the key is for 40 minutes. But I do like it when people have put the effort into actually editing something, like creating a piece of content out of something else. It's just hard though, because if you've got 10 hours of footage, editing that down is difficult, because you have to go through 10 hours of footage and actually figure out what to excise and how to use it, like how to edit it. Which can be tricky. It's very time consuming, which is why I haven't been able to actually fit it into my life. It can't be constant good, though? You're violating the sine wave nature of the universe. We don't look. What the fuck? It sounds like you just dropped acid before typing that. I have no idea what you're talking about. We can't know up without down. If it was infinite Biscoff cake, never mind, you would like that. Yes, I would. But yeah, that's the key to any kind of creative endeavor, though. You have to make what you like. Like, you can't force yourself to make things that are out of your realm of interests. Like, I'm not going to sit there and make a YouTube video that's like 30 minutes of me doing a video essay on some sports-related incident. Like, I would never make content like that, because there are no elements of that hold interest for me. I do like gaming. I do like Twitch streaming. I do like Let's Plays. So if I was to make something in that vein, like I would make what I would like to watch, which is heavily edited gaming let's play content, where you're trying to excise as much entertainment value out of the content as possible. Like, I love it when people add stuff with the editing. Like, as an editor, like, I really find that entertaining and interesting. Like, there's the gameplay footage and the things you said while playing the game, but there's also the ability in the edit to add new layers to it through, like, memeage or, like, editing tricks to make it funnier or make it more interesting or punctuate something to make it actually like, there are moments that happen sometimes in games that aren't that funny, or, you know, it's not really that interesting, but there are ways to edit it together that makes it into a moment. And I really like that process. I like seeing other people's examples of it. I like seeing their work, and I like doing it myself. Especially if you can get more creative than just, like, random crash zooming on things, or just chucking in memes. Although I do like a well-timed meme chuck. One of my favorites is Suicide Kermit. Do you remember that meme of the Kermit the Frog puppet falling off the building, and in the background you can hear some woman scream, even though it's just a Kermit puppet? I love it when something bleak happens in something and they just cut to that meme. That always makes me laugh. See, this is what I'm talking about. Your example you just gave me then, perfect example. And you're the one that came up with that. Like, if I'm watching someone's Let's Play of, like, Plague Tale, I would really enjoy it if you riffed on the whole thing about walking on the road with little Hugo, and then you cut to the footage of Peppa Pig's Roadworks as, like, a cross joke. You came up with that? We both riffed on similar ideas, basically, at the time. I'm giving you 50% of the credit for that one. But that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of thing that I would like to do. I want to play around with the form. I don't want to just drop my footage on YouTube and go, enjoy me for 8 hours being a douche nozzle. Like, I want to create something out of it. I want to refine that ore into a fine diamond of comedy. In fact, some of the funniest stuff I've seen in some Let's Plays were things that aren't just things that happened in the raw gameplay. It was the way it was translated in the edit. Like, what they added to it to punctuate what was funny about the moment is what actually made it funny, what actually made me laugh. That's the key. And that just takes a little bit of imagination and creativity. I enjoy you being a douche nozzle for 8 hours here on Twitch. That actually is exactly what I'm saying, though. It's here on Twitch. Like, I like the idea of that kind of stuff as well, but that's a different form. That's a different medium. This kind of hanging out with someone for 8 hours just doing stuff live is cool because it's live. Like, you're interacting as we speak. Like, you can chat and I can respond to you, and we can do this for 8 hours while I play Plague Tale and throw my brother into mortal danger. But a pre-rendered edited video is different. That's all I'm saying. There's a different vibe to the live thing, which Twitch is all about, and the YouTube thing, which is about actually constructing the content. Like, I just find it really lazy to just take, like, for example, my 8-hour Twitch stream and just uploading it directly to YouTube and expecting people to lap it up. It's nice to have an archive of that. I have 2 YouTube channels. One of them is my stream archive, where I keep all of these. They're uploaded directly there for posterity, because I want to always have them. But I don't expect anyone to watch those. Like, when someone subscribes to that archive, I find that weird, because I would never watch content like that. I would be there on the Twitch stream for it live. I would never watch something like that in VOD. It's just not my thing. But if that same person then went and took that stream and then edited a nice 5 to 8 minute video out of the good shit that's heightened with memes and, you know, extra jokes, like, I'm all over that. And that's what I want to do with this stuff. I just can't get myself there still. It's a fucking nightmare. Let me close this down. It's time for me to leave. I've overdone it. It's starting to toast up a little bit. in this big pink fluffy sheep blanket. Oh boy. It's actually been a pretty decent night temperature-wise. It's not been bad for Oodie. Not cold enough to really make it comfy, but not like the other night when I had to swap to my regular bathrobe, my Hefner. Be a little flat with that interaction. Yeah, to me, it's the watching paint dry version of YouTube content. Like, it's gaming, which holds partially in my interest as well, but I mean, you may as watch 8 hours of someone living their lives without any way to interact with it. Like, can you imagine sitting around watching someone eat breakfast and then put their shoes on and then do a crossword puzzle and then go down the shops and then come home and then talk to their mum on the phone for 20 minutes? And then it's just like, if you were watching someone's life play out like that in a way where you can interact with them and it's happening in the moment, sort of interesting. You could fuck around with that. You're not going to watch a video, a pre-recorded video of that shit. It's like, why? You know, Let's Players from Days Gone that you still watch to this day, but you've never passed more than 10 words? Well, you don't necessarily have to interact directly if there's a Twitch stream you like. The fact that it's live still makes a big difference. Like, you're there in the moment with them for whatever they're doing. Like, if they're playing Hollow Knight and they're trying to beat a boss rush, it's like you're there in the moment with them. Like, it's happening in this moment and you're cheering for them. But yeah, I am done. I gotta go and have a massive slice of cake before bed with some tea. I'm really keen. I've just lingered a bit longer than I'd planned, that's all. Just move my stuff out of the way. Anyway. It's a hard life. Oodies and cake. It is a hard life. If I keep eating this cake, maybe I can fill this out. Like, there's very little me under all this Barbie. The thing with Oodies is they kind of make you look like you might be a chunky boy. Because it's such a huge thing that people, like, it kind of looks like you're wearing a muumuu. Like you're trying to hide your chunky bod. But there's very skinny me in here. I want to get fat. I can't get fat. I don't seem to be able to. I can eat a lot of trash and I don't seem to change. I don't know if it's a metabolism thing or what. Jay has entered the chat. Jay was here earlier. Jay was here for the first couple of hours, actually. But he has a date tomorrow morning hiking in the hills with his boyfriend. He had to go to bed. Your sister looks slimmer with it on. I don't know how she pulls that off, because it's just a giant bed sheet, basically. It's like so... There's so much of it that you can imagine there being a lot more body underneath this. Jay is a boy. I don't actually know who he's going on this little hike with. I just assumed that he's trying to pull some Brokeback action in the hills. Set up a little camp. A little base camp. A little soundproof tent. His friend let him pack the lunch, but all that's in there is a couple of cucumbers that were not meant to be eaten. That Jay. Definitely metabolic. Yeah. I'll try harder. Let's see if I can get fat. Why not? Who cares? Nothing's going on in life anyway. Alright. Nighty night. While I'm eating my cake, I'll work out next week's schedule. We'll see what's what. Alright. Good night also to everyone in the lurking in the bushes. I know there's a couple extras hiding behind the chat. Whoever that may be. Good night to you too. What day is it tomorrow? Monday? Yeah, I'm back Tuesday. Tuesday will be the day back. Tomorrow I gotta do some work. Or today. It is 1 a.m. I keep forgetting it's technically Monday now. Good night. See y'all later.